Welcome to the world of Paranormal M, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Prepare to be amazed as we explore the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of the unknown. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on this journey of discovery. Let's unlock the secrets together. Gettysburg Ghosts. In the late fall of 2015, me and my family decided to go to Gettysburg for vacation. Being a big history lover, I was stoked to see the battlefield. The weather was amazing and the atmosphere was somber and peaceful. The first day was mostly spent at the museum and walking parts of the battlefield. Nothing really happened until we were getting ready for bed in the hotel room. My brother sat up suddenly in bed and ran to the door, opening it and stepping into the hallway. We asked him if he was okay, and he asked us if we had heard men yelling orders and cannon fire. We had 4 people in the room. No one else heard anything. The next day, while we were on the battlefield near Devil's Den, it felt as if someone was constantly following behind us, even though no one was there. That second night, as we got ready for bed, there was cannon fire, and this time we all heard it, including some of the other guests who had come out into the hallway. The third day, we were at Little Round Top, and I decided to crawl between some rocks and get a perspective of what the sharpshooters would have seen. While laying on my stomach, I felt someone lay a hand on my shoulder and whisper in my ear, "I see him." At first, I thought it was my brother until I heard him call my name from the statue that sits off to the side. It was so odd after that, I kept feeling as if I was about to turn around and bump into someone. I got to the point that I turned around and I felt extremely cold, as if I had walked into a freezer. My mother, who was beside me, also noticed the temperature difference and commented how odd it was. Later that evening, about an hour before the sun went down, me and my mom took the car to see a couple more things and take some pictures. We were at the high water mark taking pictures and thinking about, what could have been going through those poor men's thoughts. Brought tears to our eyes, and we both heard a man say, "Don't cry for me, lass." The atmosphere sort of shifted, and it felt extremely peaceful and relaxing. It was as if whoever it was trying to comfort us. We both sat there for a while until it was time to go. As we walked back to where we parked the car, there was a couple sitting beside the car. They said hello, and we had a small conversation, and in mid-conversation, we all stopped talking. From the battlefield, we all heard fifes and drums. The couple seemed unnerved, and they got up and said goodbye, got into their car. We decided that it was time to leave, since it was almost dark and no one should be on the battlefield at night. Our last day there, we toured Eisenhower's home, and then toured Big Round Top. Eventually, my brother and father wanted to go back to the hotel, so we took him back. We decided to go back to Big Round Top, seeing as it was our last day to explore. We parked the car and walked into the forest. We had about 2 hours before the sun set, and no one was around. About 20 minutes into the hike, my mom stopped. I was about to ask what was wrong when I heard footsteps. There were multiple footsteps that we could hear, and they stopped. Then when we would start walking again, the footsteps would start up. At one point, we decided to turn back. My mother needed rest, so we sat on a boulder. It suddenly got quiet to the point that there were no crickets, birds, or any other forest sounds at all. Then all at once, we heard horses snorting and trotting and galloping past us. Then it full-on sounded like we were in the middle of a battle. Bugle sounds, clashing of swords, muskets firing, and lots of men yelling. We were in complete shock, and it lasted a couple of minutes, and then it all stopped. We started talking about what we had just witnessed, and then we heard several men calling out, "Help! Help! I don't want to die!" and crying. was so overwhelming that we booked it back to where we parked the car, and when we got the car to the parking ranger, he was just there. He took one look at us and asked, "What did you all see or hear?" We explained what happened, and he told us that he had stopped a man that he thought was a Union soldier reenactor. He had told him he wasn't allowed on the battlefield after dark. He said the man smiled and with a shrug carried on. He said he was about to stop him again when the soldier walked through a tree and disappeared. We went back to the hotel, and the next morning as we were eating our breakfast in the dining area before checkout, me and my mother and brother heard a bugle playing. But no one else in the dining area seemed to hear it. It was all a bunch of strange events. But we did go back, and we had even more experiences the second time. We have several pictures where you can clearly see soldiers on horseback and soldiers around different spots on the battlefield. I may upload pictures if I can, if you get a chance. It's a great place for history and the paranormal. Was my house haunted, or am I being haunted? So my childhood house was built around the 60s or 70s. My parents bought it in the 90s, and they remodeled it. Neighbors used to tell me that something awful happened there. Something regarding death, but I was too young to remember exactly what was said. My mom doesn't like to talk about it. But what I do remember is being told that when they were digging, they found clothes and bottles with some sort of spells or works buried. For context, I'm from South America. We are, pretty damn superstitious. And we know and heard of white and dark magic. I was a loner as a child, a very quiet and sensitive kid. I cried a lot. So, never really got to have my own room up until I was about 12. That used to be my older brother's room, too. My brother was a mean person to me, always punched me, made me cry, and psychologically abused me. Anyway, once I got his room, which was the darkest and coldest of the house, my mood started to change. I was sad all the time. And me being a teenager and a closeted gay, I had my problems, but that room felt like it was draining. I could only sleep and cry. I tried to self-harm when I was 9, but when I was in my room, the urge increased, and it got me to successfully self-harm for the first time and then continue on for years. Every negative feeling was heightened. I used to wake up in the middle of the night because I felt watched. Sometimes I couldn't even sleep because the feeling was dreadful. I had massive migraines that were heightened by light, so I had to spend more time in my room in complete darkness. But I wasn't the only person experiencing things. When my brother behaved badly, my grandma used to see shadows standing in front of his room. We were sometimes awoken by the sound of a woman walking on heels early in the morning. My family's Catholic, but my mother's actually a practicing one, so she used to pray in all of the rooms when we were at school. She said that when she was in my room while praying, she would get goosebumps and massive headaches, but she carried on because she knew about my depression and stuff. Once we moved, I started to improve. My mental health improved a ton. I do have bad days, but nothing like I experienced in my old home. I've only been back once at my old room with my mom, and I could see her goosebumps, and I had the instant massive headache. Once I left the old house to its new owners, I haven't been back. I'm wondering what the house haunting was, or if I'm being haunted. Because now in my new home, a friend who's stayed twice since then. Well, when I'm not in the room, she hears me walking, and sometimes she hears me calling her name, in quotes. But she knows it's not me. My mom, a couple of months ago, saw a white figure walking toward my room and thought it was me, but I denied having moved out of my room. I don't know if it's of help, but my mom marked a cross with holy water on my bedroom door, and I also collected old cameras. But I don't think the cameras have something to do with the things that started to happen. Weird experience. After I graduated high school, my family and I moved into a townhouse into a different city. The Saturday after we moved in, everybody had to work, so I was left in the house alone, which I've never been afraid of being alone, and I'm still really not afraid. I was upstairs unpacking my room, just getting ready to take a shower, and for reference, the upstairs has a large mirror and a sink in the hallway. Then the door to the bathroom's on the left, and my bedroom's on the right, so I can see the bathroom from my room. It's also a small hallway, only the width of the sink and the cabinets, so I'm literally 2 steps from the bathroom. Anyway, I was home and getting ready for showering and just undressed and walked across to the bathroom and closed the door. I haven't even turned on the light in the bathroom, that's how fast all this happened. That's when I hear, very clearly and distinctly, somebody coming up the stairs and walking right over to the sink. I hear someone rummaging through the cabinets like they're looking for something. Meanwhile, I'm in the bathroom frozen in fear because I genuinely think someone's inside my house. My heart is beating so fast trying to figure out what to do because someone's out there, but I left my phone on my bed and I have no clothes except a towel. It felt like I was in there forever, but the sound wasn't going away. I could feel someone's energy out there. I worked up the courage to open the door, and I don't know what my plan was, if it was a real person, but I guess I just felt that I had to do something. The hallway was empty. Ran over to my room, closed and locked my door, got dressed, and then went through the house to investigate. There was no one there. All the doors to the outside were still locked. I left the house because I was so unsettled by the whole thing and didn't want to be in there alone anymore. My parents literally thought I was crazy. They said it was probably the next-door neighbor since you can hear a lot of what they do through the walls, but it's never sounded like that again throughout all these years. We've had 2 different neighbors living next door since we moved in. My sister has had 2 other experiences that have freaked her out as well. She had a sculpture on the wall next to her bed. That's where our Ghanaian friend, that they brought it back from Africa. It's pretty heavy, so we have to kind of use really thick screws to hold it up on the wall. My sister had her bed pushed up next to the wall, so when she would fall asleep, the entire wall was to her right. One morning my sister woke up, and the sculpture was laying on the other side of her pillow, not next to the wall as if it had fallen, but on the other side of her. We were so freaked out because it had fallen. It would have made so much noise and would have, seriously hurt her. Still can't explain that one. She also had experiences where she had woken up with her door open, and she's definitely closed it before going to bed. She's also not a sleepwalker. Everyone in the house closes their door to go to bed, so it's very odd. We've only really had those experiences during the almost 10 years my parents have been in the new house, but they're so weird and random that I have no idea how to explain them. I've moved out since, still haven't really experienced anything like that. My grandmother came to say hello. This happened 2 days ago at around midnight. I was completely sober watching YouTube videos on my computer in the kitchen, and at this point I was alone downstairs as my parents had gone to sleep. My brother was upstairs playing video games. I'm sitting there listening to a commentary video and I begin to hear music from another room. As I paused the video, it took me a few seconds to realize that it was the distinctive sound of a wind-up music box. Now for context, my maternal grandmother passed away at age 86. I was about 17, that's like 6 years ago now. She was my best friend, and I have a tattoo of her favorite flower, a hydrangea, and that's in her memory. She was such a wonderful influence in my life. I think about her often, and on this particular day, ironically, I had a dream of her the previous night. I had been thinking about her earlier in the day. She and her sister had matching wind-up music boxes that feature a seesaw with wooden little girls that rock when the music plays after being wound up from the underside. When she passed away, we took many of her items, including the music box, which she was very fond of. Also, I remember being in her house when I was younger, and sometimes the box would play a few notes for maybe a second. Well, if it had been wound up recently, due to the mechanism inside and the spring's tension. I walked into the dining room where the box is sitting atop a chest-level dresser. I know it hasn't been touched recently because I asked my parents and brother, and as I got closer, I saw the seesaw rocking. It continued to play music for at least 10 seconds. From the time I first heard the music begin and got up to check out what the time was, I stood watching and it lasted for 20 to 30 seconds. As I stood there, I felt an overwhelming surge that it was my Nan saying hello. She was a very calm and strong person, and, well, she'd been through a lot in life. She always had a kind word and reassurance for those around her. It seemed that she was offering solace, especially in these current times. As I had this thought, the box softly wound down and stopped playing. The box has never done this to anyone to my knowledge since we inherited it. Since my Lan loved that little box and I'd been thinking of her, and because it played for so long, it sounded like a full cycle as we saw this little seesaw rocking. It's difficult for me to debunk, especially because it likely hasn't been touched or disturbed for at least 2 years. Unexplainable footstep noises. And my floor fan just moved, but nothing bumped it. This is a long one. So I just recently moved into a new rent house with my boyfriend and our 2 little boys. It's the first house that we've really ever rented, and we love it. Or at least, we did. It's an older house with like a gas-hot water heater and a range. The house has wood floors, a crawlspace, an attic, and an add-on that used to be a small 1-car garage. Our landlords had bought this house for their son who played football and attended at the university near here, and he had a couple of roommates. So a little backstory. We co-sleep with our 3-year-old and our 1-year-old. Our 1-year-old sleeps in his pack-and-play in our room by the foot of our bed. We've slept this way for both of our boys' lives and keep the door closed and locked at all times during the night. I literally wake up every night 2 to 3 times to check on the boys and put their covers back on if it's chilly, or to go to the bathroom. The 3rd night of us staying here, I had woken up as per usual. I just looked at the boys and I didn't have to sit up for once, and I saw that they were fine, settled myself to go back to sleep. That's when I hear someone freaking book it in our little hallway, and my jaw dropped. My boyfriend woke up in shock, like, holy nuts, did you hear that? So I called the cops immediately. While I was on the phone, I started crying and stressing because I could hear shuffling in the kitchen. We had nothing in our room to protect us or for self-defense. Dispatch stayed on the phone until the cops arrived. We had 5 surrounding the outside and 4 inside searching our house. It had been raining for the last 2 days, so they checked all points of entry and for witness. Wetness. But everything was locked and dry, and we were dumbfounded. I was far too afraid. Packed my boys up at around 3 a.m. and headed to my mom's because what the fuck? While I was on my way to my mom's, I'd called my boyfriend to talk about everything, and he started freaking out because he heard a loud bang in the back of our room. I turned around to head back and shine my headlights in the back window to see if somebody was messing with us, but there was nothing. Boyfriend found the courage to check it out, and it was some wall canvas art that we had leaned up against the wall earlier that morning, and, well, I ended up just unpacking the kiddos, and we all went back to bed, and this was July 22nd of 2020. Since then, I've had all the locks changed, just in case, and I brushed the whole thing off to be old settling house noises. Whatever, I didn't believe in paranormal stuff, so it had to have been something perfectly explainable that we had missed. I've woken up a few times last week feeling my bed shake. We have a wooden platform bed on wood floors, and if one of us adults moved a little bit, the bed would scoot. So I brushed those moments off like that's what had happened even though nobody had moved. Everything happens at night. I've heard the steps one time last week and thought nothing of it due to the locks being changed. I know absolutely no one is in this house at night because we do a sweep before bed. Early this morning around 4:30, I was awake laying in the dark with some stupid song stuck in my head. That's when my son's pack-and-play creaked loudly, which it always does when he stands up in it or somebody leans on it. So I sat up really quick to check on him, thinking he was standing up, and then I heard two very prominent footsteps walk away. Baby's fast asleep in the middle of the bed the same way he had fallen asleep that night. The second I lay back down, the creak happens again. And 2 minutes later, my little guy started to act restless and wake up. Hell no, hell nope. I woke my boyfriend up and he was like, there's nothing we can do. Which is true, but what the fuck? I've left it alone and have finally comforted myself this afternoon saying it must be my grandma who passed away a year ago. I was very close to her. Whatever again had been my way of thinking, until I shit you not, I was sitting on my bed and my floor fan frickin' rocked like someone had ran into it. It was right beside me. I checked to see if my toddler was on the floor crawling and had pushed it, or maybe it stuck and lifted on the nightstand beside it. Maybe even a toy or something was under it and gave in, but nope, not a dang thing. It was there. Immediately, just went for a drive. It's a bit much, and I feel like I'm going crazy. The fact that I heard my child's bed move and heard footsteps leaving his area has me sick to my stomach. I've been such a skeptic. When we came home after our drive, our toddler was being silly and annoying us. He had just left his room with his daddy and shut the door behind them. My boyfriend was folding and putting away clothes and went to open the door. The damn thing was locked from the inside. We had thought our little guy did it from the handle lock. Nope. There's a type of hinge lock mechanism that can only be locked from being inside the room and manually doing it while the door's shut. It's a door reinforcement, I think. Anyways, I forgot to mention that when we had gotten home, I spoke aloud to whatever. It felt like a complete idiot doing so. I said something like, we want to coexist and not to be bothered, leave our children alone. We want to leave you alone. And then I yelled, I believe in God and he's got my back for whatever reason. Like that would make a difference. And then the frickin' door being locked situation happened. We're going to get a carbon monoxide reader to check the house out, but for the most part, I need suggestions on what to do. Sudden activity in my home. Skeptic, but parents confirm something is weird. Little backstory. I, a 28-year-old female, live with my husband, a 30-year-old male, and 2 toddlers. 2 nonverbal, but understand everything, and female 2 doesn't talk great yet. We're in a basement apartment under my parents' home. This is the house I grew up in, and my grandmothers did both pass here 6 or 7 years ago, but they were old and ready at the time. Other than that, for the least 20-plus years, nothing's really happened, but this sort of Home Alone, creepy vibe from time to time. At the moment, my kids are sharing a room and a bed. We just redid my daughter's room and waiting on a bed to come in the mail. Yesterday, I put away all the toys in the son's room and lined his Batman playsets along the wall on a built-in shelf. Afterwards, I took my daughter upstairs to my sister, laid down for about 45 minutes in my bed, got up, dressed, and left for work. After I left my parents, I only entered the apartment twice. Once for extra pull-ups and clothes, and once for some old TV trays. Both entered my son's room and didn't see anything amiss. About 5 to 6 hours later, I'd come home, grabbed the kids from my parents, and headed downstairs to put them to bed. My husband wouldn't be home until after 11 p.m., and it was 9:30-ish. As I'm putting the kids in bed, I realized the Batman toys were pulled out from the wall, and some turned sideways. The bin of Batman figures had looked like it was gone through. I was like, weird. Maybe the kids were down here at some point. So I go upstairs and ask my mom. My mom looked at me like I had 3 heads when I explained what I'd found. My dad was listening from the bathroom door while I was explaining. Both came down and were like, what the fuck, when they saw. I then realized the toys had been stepping over in the middle of the floor weren't where I'd left them either. My mom pointed them out and said, "Were they like that when you came in the first time?" I said, "Yeah, I didn't notice, but I had to step over them." She then told me 100% for sure those weren't there when she came down hours earlier. Even my dad, who's very logical, confirmed it was weird and creepy. What would bring on sudden activity like this? I'm a skeptic, but open to possibilities. Nothing's changed in recent months, and we did find the freezer open once after coming home when no one had been home all day. Everything was still frozen solid. Ask Reddit. When I was around 10 or 12, I woke up late at night needing to go pee. For context, my bedroom and my parents' bedroom at the time were next to each other. There's a small washroom like 10 steps away that faces in the direction where you can see both bedrooms and a small hallway in between. So as I was sitting on the toilet doing my business, I happened to leave the washroom door slightly open. As I was about to stand up, something caught my eye outside of my washroom door. When I looked, there was an old lady standing right outside the door. She had long, curly gray hair that covered her face, and she was wearing an old dress. I was stunned. For some odd reason at the time, I thought that if I pushed the door closed, she would be gone. But when I opened it, she was still standing there. She hadn't moved an inch. I tried doing this 2 more times, but on the 3rd time when I opened the door, I decided to look down. I didn't notice beforehand, but when I looked down and saw her feet, it was dangling and hovering off the ground. That's when it hit me. I was terrified and I couldn't leave the washroom because she blocked the way to my parents' bedroom. So I locked the door and just yelled for my mom. It takes my mom about 5 seconds after hearing me yell to run to the washroom door. What I didn't mention was that my mom was already awake at the time. Her door was slightly open when she saw me walking to the washroom, and she heard me closing and opening the door. She thought it was weird, but just decided to keep a lookout to watch me come out. But it wasn't until I yelled that she got up and checked the whole apartment. The old lady disappeared by the time my mom got to me. All doors and windows were locked. Ask Reddit. I was staying in a cheap chain hotel in Liverpool on a shopping trip with my mom. The room that we had, which we shared, was the absolute standard for this chain, and most others that I've seen in UK hotels anyway. Had a double bed and then a single bed that can be like a sofa type thing if you don't need the second bed. My mom was staying in the double and in the single. It was in the middle of the night and I was like 16 or so I'm not used to city sounds. I'm from the ass end of nowhere and used to dead silence at night pretty much. The single bed was by the window with the double bed between it and the room door and suite. Another thing I'll mention before I get into it, because I'll get there, I promise, is that I know I was awake. I wasn't half asleep, I wasn't lucid dreaming or experiencing sleep paralysis. I could move and talk, and I know I was awake. So my mom got up out of bed and was acting really weird. She was holding eye contact with me really intensely and she got out of bed. She was on the far side of the double bed to me. She walked to the corner of the bed along the foot edge toward me, then crawled up onto the side of the bed closest to me. She was wearing a stripy night dress thing. She loves a nightie. and had the standard bedhead, and at no point did she break this eye contact with me. Started to talk to her, asking her what the fuck she was doing, and then assuming she was sleepwalking, repeating "Mom" louder and louder to wake her up. I knew what she was doing was weird, but I felt completely and truly safe, not a single hint that I wasn't safe or should be concerned. She got off the bed and moved, walking backwards back toward the door of the room, and after I yelled "Mom" loud enough, it woke her up. I heard my mom rather pissed off, and I'll add, she was saying, "What do you want?" from her bed. That's where she still was, and had been for the duration, fast asleep. I was a bit gobsmacked, can't lie, kind of ignoring this initially. I figured it felt safe, it couldn't have been anything harmful. However, my mom wasn't wearing a striped nightdress to bed that night. This thing, what I recall it looked like, was tall, very skinny, and had weird eyes. It made me think that she was sleepwalking. Its eyes looked sclera like those sclera contact lenses. This shit wasn't my mother. Crawled onto the bed in a way that I realized in the morning couldn't have been my mom. My mom is short, and she struggled to get up onto the bed, and it was a very high bed, so I wouldn't have been able to crawl up into it that easily. I continued to feel completely fine with my experience, and I felt at the time, surely I was completely safe. Felt calm as if it was my own mother that I was talking to. Surely it was something friendly. And then later the next day I told my friend about it. She wasn't of the same opinion. In fact, she felt quite the opposite and asked me to draw it. Only once I drew it, I realized just how queasy I should have felt and just how concerning it is that I felt so safe. Ask Reddit. This story actually happened a week ago, and I still have my mother pretty disturbed by it. It was Thursday night, and I'd just come home from university. Yep, I still live with my parents since my uni's in the same city and housing is expensive. I hadn't had any late-night classes that day, so I was coming home at around 2 p.m., so it was still light out. Not some witching hour shit. I walked in the house through a glass sliding door, and my dog took this chance to go outside. My mom greeted me since she was folding clothes right next to the door. I closed the door behind me and had only walked a few feet into the house when my mother gasped. I turned around just to watch the sliding door open itself. My dog walked back in with a guilty look on his face and the door closed behind him. And I should clarify that this sliding door is purely mechanical. We don't have some fancy automatic door opener. The door itself is extremely heavy and also kind of broken, making it already hard to open. So when the door opened by itself, we were quite surprised. Either my dog has psychic abilities, or our house has a dog-loving poltergeist. 2. This story's much older. I would have had to have been only 7 years old at the time, and the story is really my mom's, but I'll tell it anyway. But before I tell you my story, you need to know some background information. I'm a type 1 diabetic, not the one you get for being fat. I've been like this since the age of 4. For those who don't know, this disease can cause my blood sugar levels to rise or fall sporadically. High blood sugars are not that much of a worry since most of their damage is over decades, but low blood sugars are an immediate danger. They can cause me to seize, which in turn destroys my brain. Now that you know that, I can continue. When I was younger, if my mom woke up in the middle of the night, she would come to my room and test my blood sugars by poking my finger to make it bleed. It sounds bad, but it's not that bad. But this specific night, she had stayed up later than usual, tested me around midnight before going to bed. She would later wake up at 2 a.m. and debate whether to test me again. Eventually, she decided against it, since she had checked my blood sugars only 2 hours ago and they were stable then. She then tried to go back to sleep, but she was startled when her phone rang once. The phone only played a ringtone once before cutting off, as it had never played. Calls at this late of night weren't a rare occurrence. My mother works with Child Protective Services, so she gets a lot of calls from distressed clients at random times of the day, but mostly during the night. My mom checked her call logs to see who called her, and found out her last call had been at 9 p.m., not 2 a.m. She was confused, but dismissed it as her imagination working overtime. But once again, the question going to test my blood sugars came up, and this time my mom gave in to her anxiety. Walked down the hallway halfway to my room just in time to catch me mid-seizure. If a seizure's caught quickly, the damage can be insignificant, but left on my own accord, I could easily die during one. With the help of my sleepy father, my parents would bring me back to consciousness using a substance called glucagon, a complex sugar that's great for increasing the blood sugar rapidly that can only be applied with an enormous syringe. To this day, nobody knows who called that night, but my mom likes to think it was my deceased great-grandfather, a Juno Beach veteran who passed away the week before after succumbing to severe bone cancer. But who knows? Ask Reddit. When I was a teenager, I was a camp counselor at a summer camp in the rural countryside. We had no real phone reception except 2 landlines, and cabins had no power. Really isolated spot. Big year was 2011. For those that don't remember, that was the summer Anders Breivik went to the summer camp and killed nearly 70 campers and counselors after his first attack. So in short, we were all on edge by a lot. Telling scary stories that summer was fully mixed. One of the night jobs as a counselor was to go and check cabins and the bathrooms to make sure all the kids were accounted for, sleeping and such. On this particular night, the power had blown. Something cut it, and we were in the middle of the woods, so it's basically pitch black save for the flashlights. The bathrooms were the worst to check. You have to pull back all the shower curtains to make sure none of the kids had done the unthinkably grim and hung themselves. It happened once in the past, apparently, and thus we have to check. So anyway, I'm off doing my round and hear the sounds of things moving in the woods, which generally isn't abnormal for small animals at night, but this was big, like a large person movement. Throw the flashlight in that direction and nothing's there. Kept walking. 30 feet later it's back, still nothing there. Get to the bathroom and make my way to the shower side, and there's a pair of legs in one of the showers. Closed curtain, pitch black. So I'm pretty much terrified at this point, but I'm like, well, it's the job, so I call out and get no response. So my fear went from a solid 9 out of 10 to about a 47 out of 10. Pull back the curtain, and there's a fellow counselor standing there fully sleepwalking, staring at me. Turns out he beelined it through the woods from his cabin somehow. So yeah, camp wasn't Ask Reddit. I've never actually seen anything per se during episodes of sleep paralysis, but I felt a presence in the room with me. When I was in college, I used to get sleep paralysis at least 3 times a week in the mornings. In the most common hallucinations, I'd be laying on my back with my eyes almost half shut, to where I'd only really see the lower half of my room with the top blacked out completely. I could see movement around my bed as if a person were walking around my bed from one side to the other over and over. It almost sounded like a man with a very deep voice talking on the phone, speaking low and unintelligibly. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but somehow knew that they were speaking English. It would go on until I could manage to wake myself up. It stopped for a long while until about a year ago. When I went into sleep paralysis, this time it was really different from times in college. Those times I'd almost always either be on my back or facing a wall and I was sleeping on my front. This time I was laying on my front with my face on my pillow, but I could somehow see the bedroom door behind me and see my body laying in my bed. It was as if I were viewing my room in third person. I saw this black humanoid creature open my door and just walk toward my body. This thing looked like a child's scribble drawing come to life, and its whole body sort of emitted this static. As it walked closer to my body, I could feel the static buzzing in my head violently. As it reached the side of my bed, it put its tendril-like arm up to my head, the stump of its arm splitting into long fingers around my neck. It felt like it had static, but burned and buzzed through my whole body, and felt like it went on for a long time till I woke up with a slight gasp, like nothing had happened. I couldn't really sleep much for a few days after that one. Ask Reddit. I don't know if this counts as a glitch, but it was definitely really weird and I can't explain it. I was driving alone, unfortunately, and listening to the radio. The song was about to end and I abruptly thought, they're going to play X next. And they did. When that song was almost over, I thought, now they're going to play Y. Repeat that 3 more times and I knew what song was about to play 5 times in a row. I couldn't really believe it. So I started saying the next song out loud to myself just to be totally sure I wasn't making it up in my head. The strangest part of it is how these thoughts came into my head. I've had bad ADHD and I'm kind of incapable of just thinking one thing at a time. Train of thought, writing exercises were impossible for me in school because I didn't know which train of thought I was supposed to be writing. It's really hard to describe, but when I thought of the next song, it was the only thing in my head. Everything else was just gone for a few seconds. The clarity of it was surreal. The only other time I've experienced that is when I was about to get into a car accident. Truck hit something ahead of us, started spinning out of control, and I remember my brain going completely quiet and thinking, that truck is going to hit us, right before it did. That wasn't a premonition, it was a realization, and I chalked it up to my brain going into some different mode because I recognized my life was in danger. Never experienced it again until that radio thing. Ask Reddit. Growing up, my mom was a bartender. She was a single parent, so I took care of my little brother most nights. One night while I was making dinner, I kept hearing a strange whistling sound. Didn't think much of it because I was just it was storming pretty hard outside, but the whistling continued. It started to sound more like a melody than whistling from a storm. Started to get a little freaked out and asked my little brother if he was hearing it too, and he wasn't. Eventually, the whistling stops, but it's still storming pretty badly. Fast forward to the end of the night when I'm going to bed. I'm climbing up the ladder of my bunk bed and my TV shuts off. I think maybe the power went out, but the hallway light's still on. I try to turn it back on and nothing happens, so I reach around my TV stand and realize that it's been unplugged. At the same time, I hear the whistling, only this time it's not in the distance. It sounded like somebody was whistling directly into my ear. I could almost feel their breath. It sent chills down my spine. Still sends chills down my spine, and at that moment I took off running out of our house screaming. We live in an apartment with 3 other units, so I woke the neighbors above us, and they were a younger couple with 2 kids and offered to come check out our house. I could tell at the time the guy thought I was just a stupid kid hearing things, but was trying to make me feel better. My brother and I waited outside of our apartment while he went inside to check it out for us. After a few minutes he came back and he seemed a little agitated and asked if you're playing a prank. This really scared me, and I told him that we weren't playing a prank on him. We could probably, see that we were telling the truth by our faces. But maybe he could see the fear roll over. He said he looked everywhere and didn't find anyone, but was convinced someone was in our home. They invited us to stay in their apartment until my mom was home from work because they didn't feel comfortable with us staying alone. I never heard the whistling again, but so many other strange things happened to my brother and me in that apartment. I'm convinced it was haunted. I'm not sure if the story will be scary to any of you, but that was the most terrified I'd ever been in my life. Ask Reddit. I worked at a hotel that caught fire and had to be closed. It wasn't serious, just the electrical room, but the hotel had to be closed for repairs. Over the next couple of weeks, they kept one person on staff at the time to greet and redirect guests with reservations to other hotels. I was there alone in a 100-year-old, 200-room hotel for about 12 hours at a time. I was there into the small hours of the morning. Shit got weird. Our in-house phone kept going off, like the one you reach when you press 0 in the rooms. It was an old hotel, so it didn't say the room number. We just had closed all the blinds to the rooms when we first evacuated. But there was one floor, the 9th, where they just kept opening. I would stand outside the hotel and look up and see curtains to a window open that, I knew both of them had been closed 4 hours earlier. I knew that I was the only person in the building. Worst was the sounds. Bustling party noises coming from the banquet hall downstairs. Faint running sounds, talking coming from the elevator. Sometimes a dog barking, and honestly, me and the other employees called the cops several times each. We were positive there was someone in a room or on the floor. One time, though not with me, the cop confirmed the noises and called for backup to search the floor they were on, and nothing. On my last night there, I was doing my walkthrough in the basements. I was in like the sub-basement, located 3 levels underneath the lobby. Room service, kitchen, and storage mostly. I heard a thud like a tennis ball. This was near where the fire started, so I felt obligated to investigate. I'm shining my flashlight around the kitchen when I see what looked like a mouse scram across the floor underneath the shelf. It scared me, but I was relieved it was just that. Moments later it reappeared, but it wasn't a mouse, but a tennis ball. It rolled so quickly to the other side of the room I lost it in my flashlight. I booked it and spent the rest of the night in my car in the registration parking. Haven't set foot in that building again. Ask Reddit. I'm a physician, and I actually was just going to comment about seizures. Specific kinds of seizures that can lead to visual hallucinations, including the repeating of a segment of visual data. The time when people usually actually notice that something's not right as opposed to just getting confused is when they turn their head, but a portion of the visual field continues to repeat from their previous point of view. To make what I'm trying to say clearer, say you're sitting on a couch with a view of 2 doors on a wall directly in front of you. You see your friend come to the door on the left, walk to the door on the right, and exit the room. Then you see the same thing happen several more times. You might think he's walking in a circle through the same 2 doors if the doors both led to the same place, or that something unusual, like a glitch, is happening, if they lead to different rooms. You're probably not going to think a seizure is the culprit. Now imagine the same setup again, and this time your friend walks in the door on the left and exits through the one on the right again. Then you turn your head to watch TV. Only when you turn your head, you have a floating circle in one side of your field of view that contains a view of the 2 doors with your friend repeatedly entering and leaving. This time you'll probably think, holy shit, something's wrong with my brain. This is a very common hallucination when dealing with a specific kind of seizure. It can be caused by trauma to certain areas of the brain, such as caused by a stroke. It can also just happen sporadically. I wonder how many of these glitches I hear about that people are having are episodes that they just don't identify as such. Ask Reddit. Years ago I lived in an old coal mining town in Illinois that was founded in 1892. The house we lived in was right on the main street and was a salt box-style house where the miners would live. The house at one point was renovated to be 2 apartments, one upstairs and one downstairs, each with their own kitchen area and bathroom. My brother shared the larger room upstairs and had the bathroom, and my sister had the adjacent room. The bathroom was built into the attic area and had a hole cut out of the wall for the crawlspace. The door was just the cutout section of the wall and would just lean against the opening. My sister's room had the other attic space, which was much larger. So one day we actually found some old papers in the floorboards of the large attic. A couple pay envelopes from 1893 and a newspaper from 1924. So after we found those papers and removed them, weird stuff would always happen up until we moved out years later. Strange noises mostly. Hearing my name whispered sitting in the bathroom late at night, and at times I saw an apparition of a woman dressed in period clothing walk behind me when I was sitting on the curb outside. I saw her approach out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned to look as she passed behind me, no one was there. By far the worst incident occurred one night at 3 a.m. I got up to use the bathroom but didn't feel like turning on the light. Since my brother was completely passed out, I just went in the door and the light off, and now the way the bathroom is set up is if I were standing in front of the toilet, there was a mirror to my left which looked into, gave me kind of a clear view of a leaning crawlspace door. While I was standing there peeing in the dark, I started to feel a bit uneasy, as if I was being watched. So immediately I looked in the mirror and stared at the crawlspace door. Suddenly, to my absolute horror, I walked and just watched that door slowly start falling open and crash down into the bathtub. I hunkered down, frozen in place with my eyes closed, screaming the most horrific scream I've ever let out in my life. My sister's friend was staying over her room and just ran to see if I was okay. It took me a while to settle down enough to fall asleep. The air was always dead in there. There was no breeze or anything blowing throughout the rest of the room, while the door was at such a lean that there was really no way it could have fallen open without being pushed. Hell, now that I'm thinking about it, I realize that I forgot that damn door would fall open every so often over the years, and I guess it occurred, that it didn't, God, they're writing confusing. I guess it occurred so often that it eventually became normal. A mysterious figure in the woods beckons. Is it a friend or a foe? A few years ago, I went on a weekend trip with some friends to a remote cabin in the woods. The first night there, we were all sitting around the fire, telling scary stories and laughing. As it got later, we decided to head inside and get some sleep. I shared a room with two of my friends, and we all settled into our sleeping bags on the floor. It was pitch black except for the dim glow of the embers in the fireplace. Just as we were starting to drift off, we heard a faint tapping sound on the window. First, we thought it was just a tree branch, but then we heard it again, louder this time. We sat up and looked over at the window, but we couldn't see anything outside. Then we heard a soft voice whispering our names. We were all frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. The tapping continued and the voice got louder and more insistent. Suddenly the window flew open and a cold breeze rushed into the room. I could see a dark figure standing outside, but its features were indistinct, seemed to be beckoning us to come outside. We felt an overwhelming urge to obey, but just as we were about to get up, the figure vanished and the window slammed shut. We were all shaken by the experience, couldn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next day we tried to rationalize what had happened, but couldn't come up with any explanation. And to this day, we still don't know what or who we saw that night in the woods. Can someone tell me what I experienced? So some backstory. I'm a supervisor of a moving company. I go out to do quotes and supervise when needed. I go in and out of houses weekly, too. Today I was doing a quote with a coworker. This man had a very large house, but newer. We go throughout the house and we go upstairs and walk into a room. Once I walked into the room, everything changed. I'll try to explain it best I can. So it was like I was underwater. The air was static and a clearish green color I've never seen before. I got winded and it was like I was hit with energy. Saw a figure from the corner of the room go around. It was like a lot of hair, black hair. It was in the corner and just saw black. I also saw two bubbles. It's the best way I can explain it. One bubble was horizontal and the other vertical. They were inside each other. I guess like orbs, but way bigger and more like a lava lamp. It was not a good feeling, but I personally didn't feel threatened. A woman in white popped into my head. What's even stranger, I look at my coworker and say this room gives me the creeps and has bad vibes, and he looks at me with eyes wide and says I felt it too. He said he never felt anything like that before, but didn't see anything. And when I say I see it, it's like with my third eye. And I've never had that feeling or visual before. I just had to read about it, but I didn't see it with my real eyes. What's even stranger is this man that we were doing the quote for at a hidden room behind the room where this happened. I'm very open to all this. I've read about it, I've watched shows about it, and I believed it. But today I lived it and experienced it. I don't know what to think or do, or know what it means. I've always kind of felt a little different. Always just knowing random things and being in tune with people where others haven't been able to. Feeling like people are sucking the life out of me. One more before I forget to post. I had started living in my aunt's house in 2015, due to me and my mom and stepdad not getting along. Living there was a good break from family drama. Everything seemed fine at first, but it started happening in waves. First incident. I was taking a shower after marching band after drumline. I didn't feel scared or get any weird vibes from the place at all. Suddenly during the shower, the light switch physically turned off. I thought maybe one of my cousins got home and did that, but not a single person was home yet. I discounted it as the switch being halfway pushed up and it was just a coincidence. Second incident. About to go to bed, shared a room with my younger cousin, and she falls asleep while we were talking. I get on my phone and the closet light does the same thing, flipped down by something. I tried to wake my cousin up and she wouldn't, so I carried both of us to the living room and we slept there. Third incident. It was Saturday. I was off school, so I was playing online games with friends. Aunt went to the store with cousins, and I heard footsteps the entire time through headphones, and they were loud and approaching, as one would say. Everything was silent when I took my headphones out, so I thought it was in my head. Fourth incident. Keeping this as short as possible now. We had most of the family over for Easter, I think, and we all slept in the living room. One of the other cousins from a different aunt walked all the way down the hallway to stare at a static TV. We had a dish then, so I assumed after the dish went out in our small town. But she stayed there and wanted to stare at it for 30 minutes, no fucking joke. I remember being too scared. Last instant. Before I moved back to my mom's after too much, it was a stormy morning and I had to catch a ride from the upperclassmen friends, so I had to wait longer than the bus. It wasn't running due to a flood or something, too many dirt roads. And keep in mind, I'm not afraid of storms. I've chased tornadoes with my significant other just for fun, and I'll tread lighting under a tree, just to be in the presence of any storm. Don't know what that means. There was a brownout. That's when the lights don't go out, but they're dim very low. I was a bit scared of the darker house after what had previously happened. I decided to curl by the door and wait for my ride. I suddenly heard footsteps from the back of the hallway. I didn't think for a second and started to unlock the door and run into the rain, and as soon as I nearly shut that door, the footsteps got faster, and suddenly they were right behind me. And as soon as I shut the door, it was all dark inside the house, like the brownout somehow quit when I was out of the house. I refused to look at any of the windows of the house itself. I sat in the rain on the curb in a thunderstorm to not be inside there. I'll never forget getting in trouble and my teachers blaming me for playing in the rain on purpose before class. I haven't stepped foot in that house since, and I never will. I've never experienced something like that since that house. Anyone know of roads mysteriously changing or shape-shifting objects? I was driving home from a theater with my girlfriend, and on the way there was a shit ton of construction on the highway. So we had to take detours coming back on the way home. We took all the same turns. We suddenly found ourselves in this winding road even though our map said that we took the right turn, with those streetlights and every outlet said the road was blocked off. So we kept going straight, or winding I guess, but it was pitch black outside. All the other cars, they were just gone. And by the way, everything turning onto the street was completely normal. No blockages, no cones, a street lamp, etc. Even signs saying where to turn, and we kept going, and as we turned to see these two fucking giant piles of rocks, like tiny construction rocks. In the center of the road, too. Absolutely swarming with bugs. It isn't very warm here yet, and they're equally spaced apart, and just enough room to drive around them and get to the end of the road where it meets the main road again. They were taller than the car and visible from the main road, but we definitely didn't see them on the way there when the light was out. And with nothing around them, no cones, no reflective tape or construction machines beside the rocks, just a random road and a field next to the main highway. It's completely paved with curbs and areas with sidewalks, whereas everywhere else is run down. I immediately had a gut-wrenching, terrible feeling and told my girlfriend to keep driving, so we made it back to the main road and onto the highway. I take this route twice a day for the past week. It's always the same, and it's always simple. I've never seen this winding road or dirt piles. Ask Reddit. Don't know if this will ever be seen, but shoot, might as well post it since it's a fun story. Not a cop or anything, but a tour guide as a French and Indian war fort. The place has a reputation for being haunted, and the ghost hunters have been there, but overall it's a pretty quiet place. Most of the workers think people just hear the building creak and groan and attribute it to something paranormal when it isn't. But anyway, on one of my tours I was talking to an older gentleman, like 60 or 70. He was telling me that he realized he was a sensitive, can see and hear and feel ghostly presences easily. And that was when he was a little boy and his grandmother died. He told me he wasn't allowed to go to her open casket wake because he was too young. But while he was sitting home with the babysitter, he told his grandmother just suddenly walked through the door and came up to him, smiled and waved goodbye before disappearing. So when his family came home from the wake, he said to them, "Grandma sure looked pretty in her dress." They looked at him with question marks on their faces and said, "How do you know? You didn't see her." He told them, "She came to say goodbye," and then proceeded to describe in detail exactly what she was wearing. He said his family was stunned, so he gets to this part of the story and something odd happened. We're standing outside in the middle of August, so needless to say it was sunny and warm, when on my right side I can only describe it as I felt like somebody had turned on air conditioner like 2 feet away from me. It wasn't just a cold breeze or anything like that, it was continuous, lightly blowing cold air, and it wasn't stopping. I said to the man, "Do you feel that?" He looked at me with a little smile on his face and said, "There's someone listening in on our conversation. He's standing just a little bit to your right." The cold air persisted for about a minute or two while we just stood there in silence when finally it disappeared altogether, like someone had switched off the air conditioner. And right at that moment he said, "He's gone now." I've worked in the place for about 6 years now, and this was my only real experience, but I can still remember the feeling of that cold air, and how the air actually moved and blew, like a fan or from an air purifier or something. It made it all the more creepy. See ya. Greetings, fellow truth seekers. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to the unexplained. Hit subscribe and ring the bell to embark on a journey into the mysterious with us. Get ready for stories that challenge what you thought you knew. Haunted Nursing Home. The Lady in White and the Woman in Black. I started my job as a care assistant in a nursing home in 2019. The home used to be an old orphanage, which explained the noises of children laughing and crying, and also the sort of noise of balls bouncing and little footsteps. There are 4 floors in the nursing home, and each floor and the staff and most residents working on those floors would often see the Lady in White, or a woman in black. There are multiple stories staff share, and they usually share these with each other, but this one was mine. One particular shift I started my day with the usual routine, coffee, and made my way to start with the first room. As I was walking into the room, I had seen a woman dressed in a long black old-fashioned dress. She was slowly coming out of the room next door. I rubbed my eyes as my heart sank and she was gone. Carried on my usual routine. The lady I was seeing at the time, she said that woman had been in here again. I asked what woman she was talking about, knowing full well I had just seen that I was shitting myself. She then went on to tell me that when she comes, it's either me or one of my neighbors that have to go. I was confused and scared and carried on asking her as many questions about this woman as I could. The lovely lady didn't speak for the rest of the time in her room. This was on my mind for the rest of my 12-hour shift. Ask Reddit. I was sleeping at my student apartment in southern Greece. At some point I wake up, look up, and I see a naked female sitting on top of me. Her body was amazing, but her face I couldn't see. She had her head tilted forward and her hair was in front. I remember my thinking process very clearly. I was not upset. I thought I was lucky. I assumed that my neighbor, hot-looking student, decided that she liked me so much that she broke into my apartment. This was the only way for me to rationalize the situation. First thing I did was try to grab her, but I couldn't move. I then tried to see how she came in. Window closed, locked. Bedroom door closed too. No way in. Now I'm starting to feel uneasy. As soon as I moved my gaze on her again, she moved her head up, revealing red eyes, sharp teeth, and no lips. Again, I tried to grab her, and this time throw her off me, but I couldn't move. I started blinking as hard as I could since it was the only movement I could make. Eventually, she disappeared, and I was able to move. Then I was sitting on my bed thinking. Turns out, science is way back. Looks like paranormal is a thing. My best guess was, put something on, rush to church before the demon hottie is back. This could be a succubus, I remember thinking. Church sounds like the right place. I planned everything in my head, and then I thought, the internet. I'm sure that I'll find a slideshow article like, what do you do when visited by a demon, with pictures. I quickly found out about sleep paralysis. And I rationalized everything. Felt good again, went to sleep, and by the way, if I'm wrong and the hot demon's reading this, please come back. I don't mind the freaky face at all. I would. I felt someone on my bed. So this happened to me legit, like 5 minutes ago. I'm currently in college and I'm living in a dorm. I share my room with one other person and they're asleep right now. I've had a habit of waking up earlier than I want. Mostly because the curtains that we have kinda suck, and the sunlight every morning just wakes me up. I woke up this morning around 8:45, but I still had time before my first class, so I went back to bed. I faced the wall to my left to try to block the light from the window to my right. As I'm falling asleep, I felt someone sit on my bed right behind my back. I felt them shift around a bit before sitting completely still. At first, I thought it could be my roommate, but they're very shy and we barely talk, so I don't know why they'd want to do that. Then I worried that some random person broke into my dorm. As I laid completely still, I felt my bed shift again before it was still. I felt genuinely terrified. I don't know if it was my paranoia or something, but I thought I might die. And in my mind, some random person broke into my dorm and sat on my bed. Eventually, I got the courage to turn around and face whoever was on my bed. When I turned around, no one was there. I was honestly surprised, but also confused. The pressure on my bed is now gone, and as I'm writing this, I'm trying to think about what just happened. It could have been a nightmare because I pinched myself. So it can't be. After I turned around to make sure it wasn't, I can't move. Well, rather, I can't wait to move out next week. Top hat shadow figure visited me in my sleep twice. I had an experience with a tall black shadow figure. I lived in a house that had 3 people killed inside. Inside the attic, the bodies were stuffed. They were removed when they found it from the previous owner, and I was about 6 years old, and I was laying in bed. I had a feeling of something watching me from the corner of my room toward the right. Well, I fell asleep, and I was outside all day, and I was tired from playing. Well, I woke up. I don't know what time I woke up. I assume it was midnight due to how dark it was. I had a shivering fear that shook me to my core. I couldn't move an inch. I never had this feeling in my life and never had it again. While my eyesight came back to me in the dark, I saw a big figure. I assume it was like 7 feet in length. It was looming over me with a giant top hat. The first thing I did was scream for my mom and dad, but I couldn't. I felt like my voice was broken. All I could do was cry as I saw this creature, or supposed man, staring at me. The crazy part is that it vanished into the dark and there was no traces at all of somebody being there. When I was finally able to speak again, I screamed for my mom and dad. They came in and I explained to them what happened. They chalked it up to just a nightmare. There was no way that someone was inside the house. That was until 10 years later and I was 16. At the time, we moved into a nice sizable house. It had about 7 acres of land. They spelled acres, A-Q-U-E-R-S. Creative. And it was about 5,000 square feet. Well, I was a gamer, and I would stay up all night back then. I stayed up all night playing some Minecraft with the bros. I got really tired, so I turned off my PC and got a change of clothes. As per usual, I went to bed, but this time I felt something wrong in the pit of my chest. I just assumed I was tired and nothing was wrong. But not long before I fell asleep, I heard something in the corner of my room, a whisper, along with dark, deep breathing. I couldn't move again. I didn't put the two together before it was too late. My eyes were darted toward the corner of the room and I saw yet again this figure, 7 foot tall with a large top hat. I closed my eyes as tight as I could. I was breathing really heavy from what I saw. While my eyes were closed, I felt a heavy feeling, a weight was on my chest. I prayed for whatever sinister being or shadow figure would leave me alone. It just poofed. That night I was shook. Stayed up all night with the lights on. Put some music on, tried to distract myself from what happened. When morning came, I told my dad, and my parents divorced, really, so all I had was my dad. He told me that he knew something was following me when I was little, saying I told him I had a friend. And when I was little, that he just didn't want to scare me. Whatever this thing was, it was no friend of mine. I experienced nightmares of this shadow figure, I assume, almost monthly. But ever since I moved, I've not experienced a single nightmare. I moved many times due to the divorce with my parents, and I just thought I should share this experience. I'd been too scared to share for a while due to people thinking I'd be crazy, but this was my experience, and I hope somebody can find clarity knowing that they're not the only one that had this happen to them. Had something happen right in front of a customer. I work at a small H-E-B as a manager. It's a very old building for a grocery store, and I remember immediately asking people if the place was slightly creepy to them. Or maybe it was just me. I heard all kinds of stories from other managers and partners who had worked there for many years. Other than a couple creepy feels and thinking I saw a kid in the back area once, nothing much happened paranormal. At least, not anything obvious. Then one day, I had a fairly hilarious experience as it happened right in front of a customer. It was broad daylight, and I was walking toward our produce when customer was walking with his basket toward me. Suddenly, a tomatillo flew across produce. It was landing directly in front of the customer. Now, the tomatillos. What is a tomatillo? Now, the tomatillos are on the other side of where the customer was. They were shelving it, and it was sitting on slants down away from the customer's direction as well. The tomatillo somehow flew up over 5-foot produce tables and landed about 8 or 9 feet away in the opposite direction it should ever fall. I was in the position where I could see no one was anywhere near the tomatillos. Are they small tomatoes? The customer just froze in his tracks with a shocked look on his face and said, "What the hell, man?" I just shrugged and smiled as I knew there was no one there. The customer went around the corner to look and said, "No one's there, man." Well, no one was there. What the hell? I shrugged and kind of laughed at this customer's reaction. It was pretty funny, and what was I supposed to say? A ghost did it? He asked me to verify as well that no one was there, and it should have been impossible for the tomatillo to have fallen by itself that way. We went over possibilities and assured there was no way somebody threw it and ran somehow as I was looking right when it happened. A kid wandered by, just not really paying attention to our conversation, and just pointed at this kid and said, "That's it. It was this kid. He was just here and threw it, and somehow got away without being seen." I shook my head with doubt, and the kid looked really confused, and he said, "That's it. That's what happened." Then he smiled and walked off. It was like he was unwilling to let himself believe anything paranormal happened and was eager to believe anything else. Don't know if it comes across describing it how funny the interaction actually was. Also funny that involved a tomatillo, which is just fun to tell people the haunted tomatillo story. Now I have to Google tomatillo. Thanks. My first house. Ever since I can remember, the paranormal has followed me wherever I go. I'm a 41-year-old Hispanic woman, so we're generally superstitious by nature, and we believe more than not times the stories our ancestors share. Whether they're stories of warnings or just something that happened to them, we take heed in them. So when my parents moved into a beautiful rental by Lake Michigan, the whole family came to see the new home. My parents had acquired it under already strange circumstances. The man who was renting the home to my parents said that his 2 aunts lived in the home there pretty much their whole life until they both recently passed away due to long battles with cancer. The man told my mother he was surprised. He was even gifted this home, really, because his aunts were always so mean to him and the place didn't really hold good memories, which was the reason he decided to rent to a nice young family he wanted to see something good come out of a bad situation. He was even kind enough to leave all of the furniture to my parents, to keep, as my parents had 2 young children and one on the way at the time. So as we began to settle into the home, strange things began to happen from the very first week in our new home. My grandmother had stopped bringing her cute little dog by when she came because all he would do is bark and growl at the stairs with his fur standing straight as a pencil. My mom and dad were great at laughing everything off and making light of the eerie happenings to everyone. The rent was cheap, the location was perfect, and the house was fully furnished. It was going to take a lot more than some scares to get rid of my parents. One day, my brother and I were playing on the floor in the kitchen while my mother was making a fresh pot of coffee as she passed over us with a hot pot of water, and it exploded over all of us. My mother was panicked and yelling at my father to run in and put my brother and I in a cold bath immediately. As my dad was making sure we were okay, my mother looked at the bottom of the pot, and there was a perfect circle cut from the bottom. My older brother was 4 at the time, and I was 2. My mother was 4 months pregnant with my soon-to-be brother. which she was not yet aware of his sex. That'll matter later, but anyways, he began talking into thin air to a man that he had named the Man in the Big Boots. As well as that, he was speaking of the mean old ladies trying to hurt me and my brother. You would think, oh, I'm sure they got out after that, but nope, we did not. Another notable moment was my grandmother's birthday. We had the whole family over on my father's side, and my aunts hired a psychic to come over and do readings. As the psychic entered the home, she became visibly shook. Took my aunt, and she couldn't stay, and she refunded my aunt right then and there. She told my aunt before she left that we should all leave the home because it was evil, and she couldn't be there a moment longer. As she left, everybody teased my parents. I told you this house was haunted. Maybe you should hear the psychic out, my other aunt chimed in. My father responded, if she wants to relocate my pregnant wife and kids to a new one, I'll gladly leave. And from there on, what was already known about our home was never said again. Part 2. My First House. It's always been funny to me that when people see something they don't understand, they always do the same thing, always trying to explain it away. And that's precisely what my parents did for a long while. As the night of my grandmother's birthday faded from my family's memories, the incidents continued. One afternoon, my mother was doing laundry as well as entertaining 2 children, and my Gramps was also visiting at the time. My Gramps filled a small kiddie pool on the side of the house, running a hose from the basement faucet through a window. However, the hose was short, but my Gramps insisted we needed warmer water as it was a little chilly even on some of the hottest days due to Lake Michigan's rigid waters. Anywho, back to my point. My brother kept pushing the small window as it turned both ways and had a large metal latch that locked from inside. My Gramps noticed and asked my mother to go lock the window before one of us got hurt. And as she went to lock the latch from inside the window, it was now latched as if it had always been so. My mom took that as I guess someone's looking out for them. They ignored something impossible considering no one else was in the house that day. Another time she found 2 fully knitted sweaters in the linen closet. One for a boy my brother's age and one for a girl my age. And along with that was a half-knitted one for a boy. My mom wasn't even aware at this time that she was having another boy. But what did she do? She put those creepy sweaters away and kept it moving. Soon things began to increase. My parents would get awoken several times at night due to all the big oak doors and windows all blown wide open as if somebody somehow ran in and out basically every entrance into our home. Another ignored scenario. It wasn't till a few months after my baby brother was born and my mother was getting ready to go out with all of my aunties after a year of no fun, she was ready to go. We had a large staircase to the left of the front door, and that had 2 landings. And at the top of the stairs was a bathroom in which my mother was getting ready in. She was talking to my aunties from the top of the stairs. So they were all looking up at her from the living room as well as watching me crawl my way up the stairs to get to my mom. As I reached the first landing, which was about maybe 10 steps up, I lifted into the air and floated down. I was sat at the front door by some unseen force as well as an ominous deep voice warning us to get out. Fake story, you say? Well, you were not the one who was haunted by dreams well into adulthood of some force taking control of my body as I float around with no control over where I'm going. Not to mention that ever since I left that house, the spirits have followed myself and my family wherever we go. It goes so much deeper than what I said, believe me. And to this day, I drive by the house frequently and stop and wonder what happened where and why did it go so wrong. The Smiling Creature. My friend went to a campsite over the weekend. When she got back, she told me everything while completely shaking. She was staying on a campground in Burns, Tennessee. She told me that the cabins were separated from each other and everywhere in the distance were trees. Each night, there would always be twigs breaking, but she couldn't see it because it was completely pitch black. She told me that she's a light sleeper, but not even the most quiet noise can wake her up, which she thought was kind of very strange. The last night she was staying at the campground, she was asleep like always, but when she woke up, more twigs breaking, but it sounded almost like that thing was right at her window. She jumped out of her bed, grabbed her phone, turned on her flashlight, and looked through the window. She couldn't see anything, so she decided to open the front door to the cabin. As soon as she was about to tell me the rest of the story, she starts crying. It took a while for me to get her to tell the rest of what happened, but after a while, she was finally able to tell me the rest of her experience. She told me that as soon as she opened the front door, she flew back to the floor, saying to herself, "Why was this thing here at this cabin every night while I was staying here?" She stood up, slammed the door shut, and quickly locked it. She told me that as soon as she got back from that trip, she'd been waking up at 3 a.m. every night after that experience. She started seeing glowing white eyes and a huge smile. She always turns on the lights in her room and nothing. Every night before she goes to bed, she thinks about that smile. She would say to herself, "Who was that and why was I their target?" The next day we started doing research. None of that stuff had anything to do with the experience my friend went through. This is a true story. If you don't believe me, ask my friend Kyle. She still wakes up at 3 a.m. to this day. Ask Reddit. I live in a small Cotswold village in the UK. I live in a around 400-year-old house. To set the scene, a few other stories from our haunted house. On a number of occasions when my sister and I were younger, my mom would hear us calling her name from our bedrooms when she was in the house on her own. Maybe her mind was just playing tricks, but she was certainly spooked. The floorboards of my sister's room are very creaky, and a few years ago when a couple of rooms were being redecorated, the painter that we had didn't start working on my sister's room because he heard noises inside and assumed that she was in there. He only later learned that he was the only one in the house. While watching a film with my dad, I saw something move past the doorway of an adjacent room in the corner of my eye. My dad asked, "What did you see?" I said it must have been a bit of dust close to my eye or something like that. He then said that he also seen something. Thought it was as if someone had walked past the door. Now, if you're still reading this, I am. On to my Home Alone story. It was pretty late and I was watching TV downstairs. All of a sudden my dog starts barking from upstairs, and if you own a dog, then you'll know that they have a very distinctive bark depending on the situation they're in. As I was hearing the bark of a very distressed dog, I go upstairs to check everything's okay, see if my dog's standing outside my sister's open bedroom. He didn't even acknowledge me calling him, he just continued to bark at the empty room. So I walk inside, turn on the lights, check around, and very tentatively my dog follows me in and sniffs around. Once he'd calmed down, I took him back downstairs with me and continued watching TV. 5 minutes later, my dog's lying beside me. I didn't hear any noises, but I noticed his ears prick up and he let out a quiet whimper. Next thing I know, he's bolting up the stairs, screaming his lungs out, and stops at the door of my sister's room, and I was obviously pretty reluctant to go back in. I quickly picked up my dog and carried him downstairs and shut him away so he couldn't get back to my sister's room. The rest of the night my dog seemed to go back to normal. Didn't experience anything weird, but to this day my dog acts very strangely around that area of the house, and in his old age has begun peeing on the door to my sister's room. And this is common for dogs to pee inside when they get older, but to only do it on the top floor where he had this traumatic experience just seems odd to me. I think he's trying to help you out. Dog style. Is my house haunted? My house is fairly normal. It's connected with another house, and I guess you could just say odd things do happen, though. For example, I have an awful feeling like I'm being watched at the moment. And very rarely, like down to yearly or like every 8 months, something odd will happen. Not enough to believe it's haunted, but still unexplainable. Such as waking up at dead specific times. Such as 3:15 a.m. getting the feeling of being watched. Just like today. A few years back, I swear I could have seen a shadow. Our house is connected to this other house, and this other house seems to have more reports. Such as their car keys ending up on a shelf that nobody could reach under a bowl and things going missing. It's kind of known that the previous owner of the house died right next to the fireplace in there, which is then joined to ours. Do you reckon that we have a very, very tame spirit? I'm just curious, but I don't want to investigate too much because it's rarely active if it's real, and our house doesn't seem to have much activity, so I don't know. Ask Reddit. Things haven't been the same since we moved into our new place. I haven't felt quite at home, as if I'm somewhere I don't belong. When I'm home alone, I can't help but feel like there's something watching me, waiting and wanting for me to leave. I'm getting ahead of myself, though. About 5 months ago, my girlfriend and I decided to move in together. We looked at a bunch of places and each settled on one that we liked. My ideal place was set back in a little wooded subdivision, in a basement apartment. Hers was at a newer building in a downtown suburb. We flipped a coin and she won. On move-in day, we loaded up the U-Haul and set off for our new home. It was a scorcher that day, 92 degrees with the sun beating down on us. I'd grabbed what I could carry and went up to the apartment to unlock and prop open the door. When I tried to open the door, it felt as if something was holding it shut from the other side. But a little hip check and it swung right open. I made a mental note to fix it, propped it open, and went down to start unloading our stuff. After a few hours, we had everything all unpacked and it was time to return the truck. Locked up, got into the driver's seat, and just kind of set off to get my deposit back. When we got back from the rental place, I went upstairs to get my checkbook to pay the first month's rent and finish paperwork. When I unlocked the door, it wouldn't open again, and I just chided myself for not fixing it when I unpacked my tools. Once more I pushed into the door with my hip and swung it open. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw what looked like a little boy dodge into the bathroom area. Thought maybe it was the heat playing games with me, but I did a once-over of the apartment just to be sure nothing was there. Nope, nothing. That was only the first of what would be many troublesome occurrences in our new place. Many of you may remember my story about Herbert. However, I don't think this was him. I haven't seen him much since the time I shared that story with r/no sleep. This is something different, something new. One night, while sleeping soundly, cuddling close to the one I loved so dearly, I heard what sounded like someone trying to open the sliding door on the balcony. It alarmed me because we live on the second floor. I woke up Katie and asked her if she heard anything. She sighed and said, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." I was still shaken, but I rolled over and huddled closer, slowly drifting back to dreamland. A few weeks went by with not much mention. Just some misplaced items and cabinets being open. Then again, at around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of the sliding door in the balcony. This time, I can hear a faint sound along with it, almost like a grunt. I wake Katie up again and ask her if she heard anything, and again she replies, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." I can't just roll over and fall asleep again. My inquisitive mind needs to know what the hell is going on. Grabbed my 9mm out of the nightstand, put on some boxers. It would be embarrassing to hold someone at bay with a gun in the nude, no? Nah. Made my way into the living room. I strained my eyes in the dark to see what, if anything, was out there. I was trying so hard to see what was outside that I failed to notice the vertical blinds were slowly swaying. Feeling fairly certain nothing was out there, I made sure the sliding door was locked and closed the blinds. I brushed it off as mind games or bad dreams from being in a new or unfamiliar place. The next month or so was normal. All was quiet throughout the night, and I slept like a baby. That was until last week. Right around 3 a.m., I woke up by that noise again. This time it seemed more frantic and urgent. I nudged Katie, and before I could finish my question, she said, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." But there was no way that was happening. Once again, I threw on some boxers, grabbed my gun. This time I was prepared and had been keeping a flashlight next to my bed. Grabbed that as well. Before I even made it out to the bedroom door, I saw the same shadowy figure I saw when we first moved in. It darted from the living room toward the kitchen. I quickly flicked my mag light and pulled the slide back on my Glock 17, seemingly in one motion. It was on, and this thing was going down. Made my way into the kitchen, nearly crushing my cat. Every cabinet was wide open, every drawer pulled out and spilled onto the floor, and why didn't this wake me up? There it was, the sliding door noise again. I spun around to go in the living room and catch whatever was making all this noise. I could see something moving outside between the cracks in the blinds. I could hear something pounding on the glass door. Pulling hard, I was trying to get in. Called out to Katie to get up just in case we had to run. She didn't respond. I flashed the light into the bedroom to make sure she was okay. I saw her form under the sheets of the bed and told myself she was fine. The pounding was getting louder and more frantic. Whatever was out there was going to either break the glass or pull the door right off its track. I was sweating, shaking. I felt like I was physically sick. The tension was mounting and I yelled out, "I have a gun!" But the pounding and pulling didn't stop. I decided to put an end to this and went toward the sliding door and pulled open the blinds. I took a deep breath, pulled on the cord, and the blinds swung open. To my horror, I saw Katie standing on the balcony, desperately trying to get into the apartment. She was banging on the door and pointing behind me, and I froze. Suddenly I felt an icy touch on my shoulder and a voice whispered, "It's nothing, go back to sleep." Series of weird occurrences. I don't know what to think. So a bit of background, I moved to Lisbon, Portugal last year. I found an apartment in an old building. I think it was built in like 1890. I live by myself, and I've never had a supernatural experience before this. All these events happened over the course of a 10-month period. But I think if I just bullet point everything that happened in chronological order, it would probably be most simple. 1. I was in the bathroom and I hear a bang in the kitchen. I go out and see that my bananas that were on the kitchen shelf had fallen onto the floor. Hadn't touched anything in the kitchen for a couple of hours, but I figured they may have just unbalanced and fallen. 2. I'm working at my desk in the living room and the mug in front of me starts moving by itself, and then even changes direction and starts moving toward me. My reaction was actually like, "This is cool, what's happening?" I initially thought that was due to maybe condensation trail from the mug, but when I picked up the mug, it's bone dry. Like I had had a cup of tea the day before and not cleaned it up yet. I tried banging the desk, but I couldn't get the mug to move at all. 3. I woke up and saw a girl at the end of my bed. A girl I was dating was staying over that night, so I assumed it was her. Maybe she had just woken up. I asked, "Are you all right?" She didn't reply. I repeated the question and still no reply, so I reached over the tap and just kind of tapped her on the shoulder, you know. And that's when I started to lean across and I realized the girl I was dating was still asleep next to me. A hit of adrenaline suddenly filled my body and went from being half asleep to wide awake. I was thinking, if she's here, who is at the end of my bed? Even at that moment, I was thinking I must have dreamt it, but I looked up and the girl was still there at the end of the bed, stared in disbelief as her figure just slowly faded away. I was left stunned. I knew I'd been awake the whole time because I'd taken my retainer out to speak and it was still in my hands. 4. I'd started feeling uneasy ever since seeing the girl. At 2 a.m. in the morning, I heard a bang in the kitchen. I had to really build myself up to go out there, and I had to convince myself I'd probably heard something from another apartment. But when I went into the kitchen, a load of cans from the middle shelf, the same one as the bananas, were on the floor, and everything on the shelf had been knocked over like somebody had swiped it with their arm. At this point, I started telling people about these things. At this point, which is kind of weird, as I'm kind of an unbeliever, tried to make an explanation for everything that had happened, but couldn't really come up with a convincing story. I realized that a few things had gone missing from my apartment, like a few items of clothing, small batteries to help stretch my foot. I look everywhere in my apartment, which is really small, but I never find anything. I also found a human scab on the floor. Super disgusting, I know. Ugh. I had no scabs on my body at this point, and my only explanation is that maybe it stuck to the bottom of my shoe when I brought it into my apartment. Ew. I also find hairs on the floor that do not belong to me. I hardly have any visitors, so again, this is quite a confusing thing to find. Everything then kind of settled down for a bit, and that last night I had another thing happen. This morning, my jogging bottoms, I think you would call them sweatpants in the States, they were on the floor and they were soaking wet. First, I didn't find this really weird, but then I started thinking about it. How did this happen? I was wearing them yesterday, so they were definitely dry during the day and nothing else in the apartment was wet. No leak from the roof, the floor around them was dry, and there were no drip marks. I even checked the sinks in the shower. They were completely dry too. Even the non-paranormal explanations I could think of made me feel uneasy. I realized my door wasn't properly locked last night. Could someone have come into my apartment, wet my pants, and then left? Am I sleepwalking? The jogging bottoms smelt of just water, but they were completely soaked, like they had been submerged. I just can't think of how it could have happened. I'm actually moving out of my apartment really soon, but this whole experience has left me creeped out. Maybe there is a logical explanation for everything, but I'm struggling. A scientific test. One of the more common symptoms of ghosts you hear about is odd behavior with lighted things. TVs turning on, lamps turning off, bulbs flickering, etc. It's quite a popular mythology because humans are, from an evolutionary standpoint, selected for humans that can react very quickly to predators approaching at night when everyone's sleeping. You know, terrified of the dark, and the ideas of ghosts intentionally causing darkness is horrifying. While this is usually an instinct we can overrule, usually only children are openly afraid of the dark, it's still a very easily explained piece of mythology. Whenever it's convenient, ergo I think that there's a chance of paranormal phenomena I can interact with, I attempt to make a test. A favorite test of mine is simple. Ask the ghosts to flicker lights, since it's such a popular thing associated with ghosts. It should, in theory, be fairly easy for them to do. Picture a person sitting in a fairly well-lit room. Mystic spell board on a small table in front of me, 2 fingers on the puck, and with a completely idiotic expression on the person's face, that's me. I had a few fairly personal conversations with ghosts, and then managed to contact one that proclaimed itself my dead grandfather. At this point, I was having fun with it, not feeling particularly mystical, so I asked a simple question. Can you flicker the lights as proof that you're there? they dimmed and flickered. This is hardly conclusive evidence of paranormal activity. I would need to test many more times to satisfy rigor alone and rule out coincidence. However, I consider it an effective opening for further inquiry. If the test is possible to execute with some confidence, it may be possible to do much larger and more conclusive studies. In my own opinion, everybody who finds a ghost should do some kind of experiment like this. Well, a ghost helped me out yesterday. I was hanging out at my friend's crib last night. He lives on the first floor of a very old apartment building. All I know is that the building's creepy, and the stairs leading down to the basement are also creepy as fuck. I always try to avoid looking down them. He had to go pick up his mom, and I told him I'd wait, but something urgent came up after he left, so I had to leave. Problem is, I couldn't just lock the door and leave. I didn't have the key. All the doors are equipped with very old doorknobs. You need the key to lock or open them either from the inside or the outside. Each door is also equipped with one-sided deadbolt lock from the inside. It's a very old model deadbolt lock. You have to use force to turn it and hold the door in place at the same time for it to work. Anyways, no one was in the room, and I was hopelessly trying to close the door from the outside. The latch was faulty as well, so unless you lock the door, it'll always be opened. As I was holding the door shut, reaching in my pocket for my phone to call my friend, the deadbolt lock turned by itself. I froze for 3 and just busted my ass out of the building. I'm 100% sure the deadbolt lock is not automatic, and there's no way in hell it would lock by itself without using some force. It was my first time encountering something like this. Couldn't believe it. I thought shit was happening in movies, but growing up in Asia, culturally I hear stories and believe ghosts are real. But experiencing it is a totally different experience. The moment was scary, but I got home on time thanks to it. Told my friend, and he said hopefully it's a friendly ghost because he never experienced anything spooky since he started living there a couple of months ago. He told me he would move the fuck out if it tries to scare him. Haunted workplaces. I'm curious if anybody else has worked in a haunted place before. I seem to always find myself witnessing things I can't explain, that kind of following me through childhood and then into work at times as well. The first job that I experienced the paranormal at was one of those apple orchard places with an animal enclosure. It had a bakery and a barn gift shop. I worked in the gift shop. My coworker and boss said that they heard my name called once when I was gone. I wasn't sure that I really believed them. However, some odd things did happen there. We would often hear footsteps in the upstairs mezzanine, like a man with clunky boots was walking back and forth. It made me extremely uneasy. On one occasion while my coworker was on break, I had something more up close happen. I was stocking a heavy display pillar with bird ornaments. The pillar was difficult to move, but I remember centering it perfectly between 2 other cabinets before stocking it. As I was delicately putting on the last ornament, the pillar lunged toward me out of nowhere. It freaked me out so much that I ran to the bakery so I wasn't alone. Upon coming back, based on how I had centered it previously, the distance it had moved was about a foot. I have no explanation for it since it was such a heavy display. The second job that I experienced the paranormal was working at a thrift store. Every night we would hear banging on the roof at closing. In the mornings you would hear the sounds of hangers moving and shopping carts squeaking. My very religious and previously anti-ghost boss said that she would hear knocking on the door she opened alone in the mornings. And when she would open it, no one would be there. She grew to hate being alone there and admitted that there was something paranormal happening. On one occasion, a tightly wound music box started going off during closing. On another occasion during closing, a coworker saw a bald man peering over a rack, only to disappear when confronted. And then there was the sound of a woman humming that would come back in one of the conjunctions with a terrible burnt smell. The final event was a teacup flying off the top shelf about 4 feet before landing between me and a regular. So many things that I can't explain. And now to my current antique job. I've never felt a presence at my new job, but there have been several poltergeist-type things that have happened since I started. The first was a potted cactus lifting vertically out of a larger pot and then falling onto the ground. Then there was the sound of nails being pulled out of the wall and hitting the floor. Couldn't find the nails. More recently, a coworker reported witnessing a pair of socks come off the display rack, hover and then land folded. And then there was the knocking on the window after hours when no one was there. These things were all a bit eerie. Anyways, these were the experiences that stand out the most in my workplaces. I've definitely had a lot more happen outside of work, but those experiences are for another day. Let me know the creepy stuff that's happened at your work. I would love to read it. So would I. Submit them to me. The Mimic Spirits. I'm curious how many people have had an experience with what I'm calling the Mimic. I call it this because I'm unsure exactly what it is, but on a few occasions I've heard or seen someone I know only to later realize that they weren't actually there. My first encounter with the Mimic was when I was coming home from visiting a friend. As I pulled into the driveway, I looked up at the kitchen window. Inside, my mom was doing the dishes, as she would do every night in the exact same spot. Well, I opened the car door, locked it, started walking toward the gate. That's when I noticed that my car was the only one there, and I froze. I instantly called my parents and told them what I'd seen, only for them to laugh and think I was making it up. I sat in my car until they arrived about half an hour later and wondered what exactly I just experienced. My second encounter was with my now husband's father. He was the type of person who had a very dominant presence. With heavy leather boots, he stomped around and in a distinctive way cleared his throat. Often when I walked past his room when he was out, I would get a very bizarre feeling. It was almost like he was there watching us. One night we were having a party with some friends and heard his distinctive boots and throat clearing up in the bedroom. My now husband and I both looked at each other with an odd look, and our friend said, "Oh, is your dad here?" Of course, when we went to check, he wasn't. Just another creepy encounter with the Mimic. I'm curious what exactly causes these phenomena. Is it some type of spirit, astral projection, time overlap? I'm just not sure. Curious to see what others have experienced. A feline friend. Growing up, I had a few different pets. 3 dogs, a chameleon, a goldfish, and my tabby cat, who I'll call Jay. Jay and I weren't always on good terms. She was already an adult when I was born, so she had to deal with me when I was an annoying kid. I was giving off way too much energy for her calm, older demeanor. Over time, though, we did become friends. Jay was with me through my teenage years until she suddenly passed away one day. I remember finding her on the floor mid-meal and wrapping her up in a towel. Jay had been in my life since birth. She had been the one animal constant that I'd had my whole life. She lived a good life, though. When she wasn't warming up at the heater behind the couch, she was roaming her 3 levels or exploring the neighborhood. She made it without any health problems to the ripe old age of 19, and for that, I have no regrets. With how she passed, though, there was no goodbye. It was sudden and unexpected. I often thought of when, looking out of the window at her grave below the trees, I wondered if her soul was living on somewhere. Then one day, a cat spirit visited. It was a day like any other day. I was off school for summer vacation in college and my family members were off working, so it was a perfect day to just lay back on the couch and binge-watch TV. As I flipped through the channels mid-commercial, I suddenly heard what sounded like faint purring. Confused, I muted the TV. However, the purring continued. I turned my head and realized that the purring was coming from behind the couch, the same couch I had laid behind the heater. At this moment, the purring grew louder. It seemed to move behind the couch to the right in front of me and then right in my ear. It was like a cat was getting on the couch and nuzzling me. I felt a warm sensation take me over, a very relaxing energy, and then gone. It was over within about 15 seconds. I don't know for sure what that was, or if it was Jay, but I certainly can't help but wonder. She was the only cat that we ever had in that house, and the purring came from her favorite spot. I hope that it was her, and that she was coming to give me that missed chance at goodbye. Wherever she is now, I feel that she's happy. Me too. The figure in the window. Growing up, I always felt like my childhood home was haunted. This wasn't just because it was filled with antiques or because our front yard was surrounded by a rusty iron cemetery fence. I constantly felt watched, and I had some poltergeist activity as well as sounds that shouldn't be, and even some apparitions. One such apparition happened after I dropped off a friend one night. Like me, she also believed in the paranormal and she had her experiences. She was interested in coming to my house to see if she was able to experience anything there. She began talking out loud, supposedly recounting what the spirits were telling her. She said she could see a man walking up the stairs up to the kitchen, and as she said it, the stairs creaked like someone was actually walking on them. A few minutes later, she said that she was coming back down, and the creaking happened again. Eventually, though, we got bored, and I took her home. I hadn't actually seen anything at that point, only heard the stairs creaking. As I pulled back into my driveway after dropping her off, I had a clear view of the kitchen window. I saw a figure standing in the window and thought nothing of it since my mom could often be seen in that window doing the dishes. I just figured my parents had come home and she was getting started on them. However, right as I stepped out of my car, it occurred to me that my parents' cars weren't in the driveway. I was the only one at the house, and I quickly jumped back in the car and called my parents. They had a good laugh, thinking like usual I was just being weird. But I was absolutely terrified. I'm not sure if it was that man my friend said was going up and down the stairs or something else, but it's the only time I ever saw a figure in that window. My experience growing up in a haunted house. This is my experience of growing up in a haunted house. For me, it was normal. It was just a part of my life. But to other people, the house was terrifying. It was decorated almost completely in Victorian antiques, and the front of the house was encased in a rusty old iron cemetery fence. So right off the bat, it was bound to come off as creepy. In the house, I always felt watched. There was a hallway that connected all the ground floor rooms, and as well as a staircase that went up directly to my room. This hallway always had a weird energy to it, like someone was standing in it. Can't really explain it, it just always felt like someone was there. You constantly look over your shoulder at the doorway behind you. It was especially hard getting to sleep, and I was paralyzed by dread each night. Beyond this feeling, I had many odd experiences as well. I had a Barbie washing machine that randomly turned on one night on 3 separate occasions. Another time, right as I left my room, a radio I had never used turned on playing opera music. On another occasion, a friend and I were in the basement and heard creaking sounds of somebody walking up and back down the stairs, but no one was there. My phone disappeared twice only to reappear hours later in the middle of the floor. And once while sleeping, a random voice shouted in my ear to wake up because my mom had forgotten to wake me up, and it was true, she had. I also had an auditory experience, once of a cat. I was home alone watching TV when I heard purring behind the couch, where my old cat had always hung out. The purring came around to the front couch and then by my ear as if a cat was nuzzling me, but nothing was there. However, it gave me a very peaceful feeling. I saw 2 apparitions while living in that house. The first was when I was around maybe 10. I woke up in the night and saw a girl just standing there. She was wearing a Victorian-style nightgown and had long hair, maybe around 5 or so. She was staring straight ahead and was transparent but kind of glowing blue in the moonlight. She walked over to my stuffed animals I had right next to my bed and started touching them. "Do you like my toys?" I asked her. She immediately seemed spooked, like she hadn't seen me before, and ran toward the door, disappearing right before she got into the hallway. It sounds scary, but it really wasn't, and I went back to sleep. I saw the second apparition when I was around 18. I had dropped a friend off at her house that night and returned home to see a figure in the kitchen window overlooking the front of the house. My mom usually stood in this window while doing the dishes, so I thought nothing of it at first, but as I got out of the car, I realized that no cars were there and my parents weren't home. Got back in my car and called for them to come, and I didn't get out until they returned, and of course they just laughed about it, not believing me. Over the years, I had many other unexplainable experiences, many of which were witnessed by other people, and these experiences followed me to my workplaces and my first apartment, but then stopped immediately when I moved out of state. I'm grateful that I can finally be in peace and not look over my shoulder constantly. It's definitely stressful growing up like I did. Unexplained happenings at the thrift store. When I first started working at the thrift store, I didn't think about anything paranormal. I know a lot of people have issues with thrift stores, since they often receive belongings of the deceased, but my family were antique collectors. I grew up having experiences in my house. I went into the job not thinking much about it. It was a new building on a new road which stopped abruptly past the store, waiting to be connected to something in the future. I'd go behind the building sometimes with my coworker, and we'd walk around back there. It was pretty undeveloped. It was a large open prairie with tall mounds and farmland further back. We'd hang out on the limestone boulders and search for bead fossils on our breaks. The first thing I noticed were odd bangs that always happened at closing. It sounded like somebody was banging loudly on the roof. It didn't happen every night, only some nights. Sometimes you'd also hear a weird popping noise by the side door. Once the lights were out, you'd also sometimes hear car wheels or squeaking slightly, like hangers moving along the racks and plastic bags rustling. All of this might have some non-paranormal explanation, but it was creepy nonetheless. Other things were harder to explain away. One day I was shopping on my day off, and I was talking to one of our regular customers. I was probably 12 feet from him. Right in between us, on the top shelf, was a clear glass teacup, part of a larger set. At one point, I looked at the cup, and right then it flew off the shelf. I say it flew because it didn't just fall over the edge due to someone bumping the shelf. It traveled to the center of the aisle, but maybe 4 feet back, landing about 2 feet from my shoes. I remember the shocked look on the customer's face. He would spend hours in there, but instantly left after that. Another day, a coworker and I were closing up. He saw an old man thumbing through the center clothes rack. This was confusing, as we hadn't seen anyone in the store when we locked up. The man's bald head and big 1980s style glasses were peering over. Annoyed, my coworker confronted the man, telling him that he had to leave and that they were closed. The man didn't move, so my coworker walked to the other side of the rack and asked him to leave again. but no one was there. That same week, a music box randomly started playing full blast after we turned the lights out, creeping us all out. One other incident involved the sound of a woman humming. A coworker of mine said that she'd heard it in a certain area of the store. I didn't really think anything of it and figured she was just making things up. We'd noticed an odd smell that would come and go in the same part of the store. It's hard to explain as I don't know what it was, kind of like weird, acrid, burnt smell. Anyways, later that day I was putting items out in that area and I heard the humming. I looked around, just thinking maybe my coworker was doing it to mess with me. Yet, no one was there, and I never heard it again after that. The final thing I'll mention is how my boss felt about the place. She was a happy-go-lucky person, and I saw a different side of her when I'd come in for the morning shift. She always looked spooked and very quiet, so I eventually asked her if she ever noticed anything odd when opening up alone. She was a very religious person. She wasn't really supposed to think about such things, and I could tell something was weighing on her. She told me that she prayed every morning because she was terrified. She would hear people knocking at the donation door in the back, but when she'd go to it, no one would be there. She said she also heard people on the sales floor sometimes, but when she'd go out there, it'd just be her. The thrift store closed a couple of years ago, and I often think of going back and checking it out. I don't know what was there, but I definitely feel like there was something. Ask Reddit. I pissed off a ghost at my old job. Short version. Was told the Carousel was haunted. Didn't believe them. One night the maintenance door was open after I emptied the ride of guests. My second insisted that they hadn't opened it. Closed it, loaded guests, and it was open again. Has a turn latch that you put a padlock on. It could only be opened intentionally. I went inside, the center of the carousel. Mostly just the breaker and all the mechanical parts in there. Switched on the light to check for a maintenance guy that hadn't talked to me. Empty. I'm a little spooked, so I say loudly, "I'm not dealing with this shit tonight. We got another hour left, so get your act together." In my mom voice. Do safety checks, start a ride, phone rings, and when I answer, there's no one on the other end. A few minutes later, it happens again. After I hang up, I call base to tell them something's wrong with the phone. Supervisor calls back, says sometimes the phone rings randomly. Don't worry about it. I recant the tale to a coworker, and she looks at me funny. Did you turn the lights off before the music? No, I need the lights to get to the switch. Oh, well, make sure you never do. And if the phone rings after that, don't answer, just leave. I figure it's some kind of electrical short that causes it, and I go home. In the following days, I keep thinking I see it, something move in the corner of my eye, or I hear it running after I've closed for the night. I shake it off as I was working 15-hour days continuously. The next time I opened the carousel, we took turns. To go take a potty break, I came back to the security guard standing next to my ride. "I saw him while you were gone. Just be careful," he says to me. What are you talking about? The ride? The one that tries to grab operators. I try to think which of my coworkers is that rude. He then goes on to explain that one of the 3 park ghosts is attached to the carousel, and he's the only mean one. He tries to grab operators and causes bad luck and ride malfunctions. Apparently I made him mad by yelling at him, and he decided to haunt the fuck out of me. And I hope you all have sweet dreams. See ya. Welcome, curious souls, to Paranormal M, where reality meets the unknown. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us as we unravel the secrets of the supernatural. Prepare to be captivated by our latest mysterious adventures. My first and most recent experiences with entities. I respond to a lot of people, and I've never posted on my experiences. The first time I witnessed a ghost was in high school, back in 1878. I was visiting a friend. Walked into his house. Just off of the front door was the living room. This guy must mean 1978, just throwing that out there. I turned and I saw a woman by the window. She was dressed more like a woman from the 50s, which I thought was odd. I smiled at her and she smiled back and faded from sight. My jaw must have dropped because my friend said, "You saw her, didn't you?" That was the start of my paranormal journey. Since that time, I've seen and heard all manner of activity, from the mundane to the worst you could imagine. In my home, we have 3 spirits. One is a small girl, maybe 10. She wears a bright-colored dress and has blonde hair. You'll see her darting around corners or letting out the occasional giggle. She likes to tap on things from one side of the house to the other. She's a busy one, but we don't see her every day. We also have a shadow person. I believe it's a woman. She shows up very infrequently, but when she does, her favorite thing to do is stand in the middle of our hallway for about a minute or two and then just fades out. I ran into her about 2 years ago. I was headed back in from having a cigarette and she was in the hall. We must have stared at each other for maybe 30 or 40 seconds. I said, "It's your move," and she faded out. The third one is also a shadow, but a 2-dimensional shadow. This shadow likes to walk past windows at night. We see it on the east side of the house. It walks very close to the window, and my wife was the first one to see it. She was in her office, and she called like she was scared to death. Said she saw a man would be by her window. Took my dogs with me, and there was nothing there, of course. My dogs will bark like nuts if a bird farts 10 feet from a window. So they should have reacted to someone getting into her yard, but they didn't. My wife also said there was no noise. We have gravel on that side of the house. No sound at all. Radio conversations I can hear in my office without a radio in my office. This is something interesting that's been happening to me. It started maybe 2 years ago. I was working in my home office when I heard what sounded like a conversation going on. It was like talk radio-like. It carried on for about half an hour or so. Now my wife had gone to bed and we live alone, so no kids to be talking to. I don't have a radio in my office. I was not listening to anything. I was reading and doing some research. The conversation was rather muted. I couldn't hear what was being said. However, it did sound like 2 men talking. I do have a radio in the house, but I would be able to hear it clearly in my office. This has happened several times, on and off. Something I would hear is a man and woman talking, just loud enough to hear voices, but not loud enough to understand the conversation. I thought maybe my neighbor had a radio going, but their house is 20 feet from mine with a 7-foot block wall between us. I'm sure the sound couldn't travel that far. I live in Arizona, so it's very rare that we have our windows open, especially in the summer months. And we do not want to give scorpions an easy way into the house. A few times I hold up my SB7 spirit box. and other than a few unintelligible voice-like sounds, I couldn't hear anything that would be like what I was hearing. So the voice continues, now and again. I just find it very odd that it even happens. And just in case the topic comes up, I am mentally competent, and I've never heard a voice in my head ever. What I have learned about investigating the paranormal. While investigating locations of alleged hauntings or paranormal activity, an investigator needs to determine if this is a legitimate claim or not. Before we investigate any location, we do a search for any history if needed. I mean, if a home was built within the past 30 years. We don't consider a deep historical workup would be needed. Secondly, we interviewed the individual who contacted us to get more insight into what they experience. We do not ask for hot spots, as they cause my predisposition of activity happening, rather. We prefer to do a cold investigation. My wife is a sensitive, and as such, she's not present during any interview. From our interview, we can determine if the location could be experiencing paranormal activity. We're very careful to not state a location as haunted at the beginning of our investigation or following until we review any data collected. I believe there are two important things any investigator needs to practice. The first is to not be so intense to find any activity to the point that any small noise or any recorded garble becomes evidence. The need to understand that, while running vids that they can and can't do some distortion while recording depending on the light available if not using IR, FLIR, or UV light. These distortions could lead to false positives, or pareidolia, rather than actual evidence. The second thing is to be methodical in your investigation. Running around in the dark supposedly chasing sounds or what may be considered an apparition looks like a slapstick comedy scene. Take one room at a time, moving from one end to the other. Run vids and still photos. You shouldn't attempt to interpret data during investigation, rather during review away from the location. Most of this should seem like common sense, however, I have on many occasions found this not to be the case. I'm not trying to detract from other investigators. I'm sharing what I've seen and continue to see in my over 30 years of chasing the ghosts. I hope my insight may help people who are looking to do the same. Not everything is as it seems, at least not all the time. There are many things that can and do happen for any number of reasons. The greater majority occur when no one's around to see or witness it, such as a tree falling in a forest. I am aware of the debate over this. Shooting stars or old run-down building in remote areas having siding, roof, and tiles fall off and no one's there to see it. The same does occur during investigations, on a daily or rare occasions when no one can witness it. I have been chasing paranormal events, hauntings, poltergeists, and demonic possessions for many years now. While I see many comments that receive, well, fairly negative comments, I believe one doesn't consider the circumstances in which these events were experienced. The frame of mind of the observer, either investigator or individual, can also be important when, considering if they've truly experienced something paranormal or otherworldly. Because we were not there when these events happened, how then can we know if they are true or not? We cannot base our consideration of these events through the narrow lens of the scripted reality that we consume, nor can we base our understanding of what we may be considered naturally occurring phenomena. To consider this, one would need to know what types of natural phenomena happens at a location or site that's claimed to be haunted. If this is met with positive interest, I will continue to post what I've experienced, observed, as well as what I've found to be anything paranormal. My name is Alex. I would like to hear from you. Colonel Lewis. So this story happened around March of this year. I was working as a custodial helper at an elementary. It's one of my jobs that I was doing to get rid of the shoe scuffs off the floors. I used this little tennis ball on a stick thing, and the stick was really short, so I looked up because my back hurt. The light in this office area that was used for, student services flicked on. A man in uniform, full uniform, with medals and rifle walked in and turned toward me. I was about 20 feet away down the hall and I saw this. It kind of scared me a little bit because the school was closed and the school closes at 6. It was about 6:30, so there's no one in the building other than me and 3 other coworkers and my boss. There's no one else that could be in the school, so I was kind of spooked by this. So I walked up and I asked him what he was doing, which in hindsight was not the smartest of ideas. But oh well, so I walked closer. He looked at me and then faded away and the light flipped off. I was like, oh, that's really weird. So I went on my way and kind of forgot about it. Ends at 7, so it's like 6:45. The office of my boss talks to us about how the day was and what we could do better, Just kind of a quick little meeting, nothing special. So we went down and I was going to tell him about it and forgot about it, and then when I got home I remembered. So I did a little research. Turns out the spot where the school was built was like an old military base. So I kept digging a little bit. I found a picture of a guy that looked like the guy I saw, but just a little older. I'll post it and his name. His name is Colonel Lewis. A few weeks later when I saw him again, pacing up and down the halls, I asked him, "Is your name Colonel Lewis?" And he nodded yes, then faded away. A few weeks later I quit. So I couldn't talk to him more, but on my way out, the boss told me a story of how the old principal saw a ghost running toward her, yelling, "Get out! Go leave right now!" like in an angry voice. So the next day she resigned. I don't know what this is or what happened. This is the first time this has happened to me. Help me learn. I don't believe in things that aren't proven or that I can't see with my own eyes. I've been interested in the supernatural and paranormal, sure, but I personally never have believed in ghosts or things like that. I think that's changed. I don't know how this works, and I won't even begin to think that I do. I'll explain to the best of my will. About 15 minutes ago, I saw a face. I just joined this Reddit community 2 minutes ago, because I was getting so frickin' scared. I did that involuntary inhale, hand over heart, pulse skyrocketing, all that jazz. It scared the ever-loving hell out of me. I'm an 18-year-old female, currently living in a double-wide trailer home with my mom and her boyfriend. It's 11:17 at night, and my trailer and room doesn't really have a built-in light, so you need to plug in a lamp for it to work. So I was putting my 2 cockatiels away by the light of the floor-to-ceiling lamp, and turned off the lamp with a switch that's built into it when I looked over, and I swear to the gods above, I saw a face peeking around the corner. Not a peek around, see me and go back, no. It was watching me, and it drew back once I turned and glanced at it. It was humanoid in shape, but it was a dull orange, maybe lightly glowing. It wasn't a shadow, but it wasn't a true figure either. It was blobby, for lack of better words. I couldn't tell how old or the gender, but I'd assume it was my height if standing straight, accounting for it lowering itself to look around a doorway. This trailer's had its number of sightings from my siblings and my mom's boyfriend's daughter. My sibling says that she heard a voice talking or calling her name. My mom's boyfriend's daughter ran into my room in the middle of the night, freaking out and saying along the lines of, "There was a person outside of the window, and then they came into the room and they stared at me." I don't believe in the impossible, but I've seen it, and I want to learn more. I need to know what this means or is, and I swear to God this isn't some attention post to get likes or a story. This was real to me, and to my sister and my mom's boyfriend's daughter. I need answers, please. Ask Reddit. My friend's house is haunted, and I got lost in his downstairs. It's a small 2-floor house with the entrance on the 2nd floor. I went downstairs to the bathroom. I came back out. I wasn't able to find the stairs. At the time, it was fine, because it was one of the first times being downstairs, and I wanted to explore anyways. So I went into 3 rooms, one with a drum set, one with a bed and a beanbag chair, and one with a bunch of paintings. After I came out of the room with the paintings, I found the stairs again and went upstairs. I thought nothing of it, even though the trek from the stairs to the bathroom was probably 10 feet in a straight path. Talking with my friend on one other day, I mentioned the 3 rooms he had downstairs. He goes silent for a minute and says, "Dude, there's only 2 rooms downstairs." Sure enough, I go back and there are only 2 rooms. The room with the paintings never existed, even though I went in and looked around. Also, not being able to find the stairs was strange, because from the bathroom to the stairs, it looked to the right. But all I remember when coming out of the bathroom was a wall there and another painting. We talk about it sometimes, and he just keeps telling me that I went into another dimension. All the paintings were sea-themed. The painting covering the wall and stairs had a sailboat, and no one of his family paints. Ask Reddit. I'm a female, and I was traveling in a different country. I knew no one in the city. I ended up meeting someone one afternoon who offered to show me around the following night. I suppose I should have called it quits there, but I guess I was naive to the scenario. He seemed quite pleasant at the time and didn't give me any bad vibes. The following night comes, and as I'm waiting for him to show up, I run into an elderly lady who is clearly very distressed. I ask if she's okay. She tells me she desperately needs to get home and give her son medication, that her car just broke down. No problem. The guy arrives and I ask if we can take her. He obliges. It's not a big deal, nor is it far away, so we drop her off and she's so grateful. We continue to drive around the city until we reach a bar. We have one drink, and long story short, he invites me back to his place for a drink. Again, I probably should have said yes, but he swears to me that he'll drop me back off where he picked me up earlier. Fine. We arrive at his house, which is actually a shed with a makeshift pull-out couch and TV. Trying to be polite, I stay for a drink and say I want to go back now. He tells me that he's too drunk to drive and won't be doing that. I say, okay, no problem. What's a number for a taxi I can call? He instantly gets furious and proceeds to tell me what he's going to call his friend, his ride or die, to sort this out. He calls his friend, and I'm starting to panic. Pick up my things and the bottle of wine, and he asks what I'm going to do with it. Assumes I'm greedy and taking it home. I really don't say anything. But in fact, I'm thinking I'm going to hit him over the head with it if I need to while I back up slowly to the door. I make my escape. Find that I'm down a side road which is dimly lit. Can't even tell which way is out, and there's not many houses around. I hear traffic, so I start running toward it. It's my only chance I have, so no idea if you followed me out. I don't dare look back. I'm running for my life, and thankfully end up at a gas station, and I run inside panting. I ask if they can call me a cab. As the clerk's about to call, though, I see one pull up. I run up to him because I'm looking to get the hell out of Dodge. He lets me in, but first wants to confirm that I have money. I show him my cash, and he starts driving. He tells me that there's a jail not too far away, and a lot of recently released citizens will walk to the gas station, get a cab, and then jump out when it's time to pay. I tell him that's not my case. We proceed to where I want to go. I didn't realize just how far out of the city I was. Staying on a boat at the time, so I was dropped off at the water's edge. I'm leaving out a bit of info to summarize the story, so the next problem arises. How do I get back to the boat? It's an anchor, or rather at anchor. It's too far and too dark to swim. The water taxi's not running, and now no one on board's awake. I'm ugly crying at this point because my adrenaline just wore off and I just want to be back in a safe place. That's when I hear a little voice. Do you know where I can get some wine at this time of night? I look up and a middle-aged lady is sitting outside by a brick wall. She's underneath a streetlight in a blue milk crate. Tell her I don't know where to buy wine at this hour, but we can certainly drink mine. We drink it together and she tries to call me a water taxi even though we both know there's no chance. Then she tells me to use her phone to dial the captain. Thankfully he picks up and he'll be on his way in a few minutes. While we waited, she gave me a cinnamon-smelling candle out of her purse. She says that she just feels like I should have it. She shows me a recent picture of her nice camera of her wedding of her dog. I see the captain arrive and I thank her immensely, then say goodbye. I have no idea what she was doing there or why she was out in the middle of the night, but she was so incredibly comforting. Can't even describe it. It was as if she was put there in the exact right place at the exact right time. She didn't ask why I was upset. She just kept me positive and comforted me as best as she could. It's so incredibly random, I know. I've since matured and learned my lesson. I don't remember her name, but I do remember where we sat, and what her wedding photos looked like. I will forever be so incredibly grateful for her presence. Ask Reddit. We were sitting on a concrete wall eating the best burgers from the local McDonald's at close to midnight. To our right, about 20 feet away, is a rather large bush that blocks our vision. My 3 friends and I are chatting and eating when I notice from behind the bush steps a man. My friends didn't notice him at first, but I did. Picture a man in his late 60s. Still physically able, however, slicked back gray hair and a deep tan only given to those who spend a lifetime in the sun. This man struts up to us dripping in swagger straight from the 1970s because disco never died and neither did he. Not only does he have the 70s swagger, he has the fashion. I mean a button-up long-sleeve gold polyester shirt with the top 4 buttons omitted, along with black bell-bottom pants, shoes that clicked when he walked, and a sweet gold chain necklace. Did I mention the unlit cigarette hanging out of his mouth? He approaches us and says, "Hey, do you guys have a match?" This was early 2010s, and he didn't say lighter. He specifically said a match. Most of us said that we didn't, except one of my friends looked down the wall next to him. Do you know what was there? A fucking matchbook. My friend hands it to him and the man thanks him. The guy lit up his cigarette and starts walking away. My friends keep talking because they didn't seem to notice how crazy this all was. I watched until the man reaches the bush when I turned my head to answer one of my friends, and I looked away for a split second and he was gone. The woman in the rocking chair. My family grew up in a town where almost everybody worked in basically one factory. It was a glass factory that made windshields for cars and glass for tall buildings. Most of the jobs there were really dangerous. My great-uncle worked there when he first married my grandma's sister. They were poor, as they moved into the upper floor and attic of his grandparents' house. One night while he was at work, she woke up and there was a woman sitting in the rocking chair in the corner of the room brushing her hair. She waited a while to make sure she wasn't dreaming and finally said, "Who are you?" The woman turned into a mist, went up through the ceiling. This happened several times, but my aunt never said anything because she was afraid people would think she was nuts. The woman would always look like she wanted to say something. Finally, one day when she appeared, she looked at my aunt and said, "Skinny can't go to work on August 22nd. Skinny is what they called my great-uncle. She was really shook up by this, but the woman's appearances stopped. She decided she had better take this seriously. So she started begging her husband not to go to work on that day. He hardly ever missed and demanded to know a reason. She couldn't give him a good reason, but she cried and pleaded until he finally agreed to stay home. A boiler exploded that day, killing every man on his shift. We still have the newspaper clippings to prove it. After this happened, he obviously wanted to know how on earth he knew to tell him not to go to work. But she still wouldn't tell him. Finally, his grandmother was talking to her and begged her to let her know that she'd saved his life. She told her the story of the woman in the rocking chair. She turned white. His parents had died in a car accident, and when he was an infant, he used to say he was going up in the attic to talk to his mom, who was brushing her hair in the rocking chair. They wouldn't let him go up there anymore because they thought it was unhealthy for him to pretend. That house is still standing in the town where I live. I've never been in it, but I'd love to see if the woman in the rocking chair is still there. The apparition I saw while being on safety patrol. This happens in Bowie, Maryland, near Bel Air Mansion. I was 9, and this happened in 1991. I was in 4th grade, and a safety patrol for Tulip Grove Elementary. I'd lived in the area for maybe only a year at this point, and I did know of the rumors that the mansion was haunted. The grounds around the mansion, not so much. My patrol post was Tapered Lane, and it was close to the mansion. My responsibility as a safety patrol was simple. Cross kids across Tapered Lane, make sure they're behaving themselves, and tell kids to get off the grass at people's homes. The mansion and my patrol post were both on a hill. The mansion was across the street from my post on Tulip Grove Drive, which was a more major road than Tapered. In the mornings, I kind of crossed kids going from the direction of Bel Air Drive that were headed to the school. In the afternoons, I crossed them going vice versa. My experience was in the morning. It was sunny. A group of students arrived to be crossed. I hold out my arms as if I'm trying to make a T with my body. I look towards the right where Tapered continues. I look towards the left where Tulip Grove Drive is. I look behind me toward the direction of the mansion and Bel Air Drive. All of this is to make sure no cars are coming before crossing the kids. I look ahead of me just to make sure no cars are coming up from the direction of the school. I see a kid about my age then scurrying up the hill. was on the property of the house that was on the corner of Tapered Lane. He had brown hair and blue eyes. Considering I've been a shorty even then, I assumed he was slightly taller than me. He had freckles, he wore a shirt that resembled a sailor's uniform, and had navy shorts on that went nearly to his knees. He was on the grass through someone's yard. As I crossed the kid, since all the roads were clear of cars, I yelled at the kid to get off the grass. He vanished before I was done saying get off the grass, and I was perplexed. Did he just vanish in front of me? Nah, there's a big shrubbery on the corner of the yard in this house. I normally place my backpack in front of it, at least when I was patrolling it that afternoon. I looked behind me to make sure there wasn't any kids coming, and I crossed Tapered Lane to look behind the shrub. My thought was, he ducked behind the shrub, though I thought the bush at the time. To avoid me yelling at him, I checked behind the shrub and he wasn't there. Huh. Okay, next thought I had was he decided to run down the hill towards the school to avoid me reprimanding him. So I looked down the hill where I could see the kids I just crossed. However, I couldn't see him. I didn't see anyone running, and the thing is this kid would have stood out because, well, it was too cool to wear shorts. Everyone was wearing jackets and pants. I went back across Tapered and pondered. I didn't see him with the kids I just crossed, or even running ahead of them. I didn't see him behind the shrub, and I didn't see him across Tulip Grove, and he really would have gotten in trouble. We did have a crossing guard down there to cross kids across that street. He didn't come up my way as I was crossing the kids, and he didn't go down Tapered. However, my mind kept pointing out, you saw him vanish as he was going up the small hill on that person's lawn. My rational kept saying there's no way someone would vanish into thin air. Here's the thing, and it's something I've struggled to come to terms with for 32 years now. I saw this boy in full frontal view. I didn't see this out of the corner of my eye, and he was solid. He wasn't see-through. I literally saw a solid-looking being vanish in front of me in full frontal view. And even after all this time, I don't know how to process that. Now, being into history, I learned that his attire was from the Victorian era. I also purchased a book that talked about the history of the mansion and the surrounding area, so I was hoping to pinpoint who I saw or who may have been in what accident in what area this would have happened in. I was aware of some deaths. Unfortunately, the records of people living at that mansion between the time of the Taskers and the Woodworks living there wasn't really well kept, so I still have no clue who that boy could have been. This experience didn't scare me, it just made me go, what the? A lot. It still does. I think if anybody saw a fully solid person vanish right in front of them, they'd feel the same way. I'd have to agree with you. Footsteps. The last house I lived in here was in Sweden. It had been my significant other's grandfather's initially. My significant other had lived in the U.S. for a few years on a work visa, moved back to Sweden when it expired. He moved in with his grandfather, or farfar, Swedish for father's father. Because he was to inherit his grandfather's house and his grandfather died, really. His grandfather was 93 or 94 and my significant other moved in with him. He died a few months later in his sleep. He found him when he came home from work. He was the second person to die in the house, as the first person was the initial owner of the house. She also died in her sleep. His grandmother, far more, Swedish for father's mother, he had died a few years before I met my significant other, but she died in a care home since she had Alzheimer's. The house was built in the mid-40s. I lived in the house for the first 13 years I lived in Sweden. However, I never had any experiences when I visited Sweden before moving there in 2006, and I didn't experience anything for the first 7 years I lived there. Activity didn't really pick up until after the kids were born. There's a theory that paranormal activity can increase when children are around because of how much energy children have, since spirits need energy to manifest themselves. So let's just get to the experiences that I had in that house. The most common experience that I, as well as some other people who visited the house, had was when footsteps were heard on the stairs. Now, one way to try to debunk that would be if there were pipes beneath your stairway, because they can make noises, especially if they're old. I didn't have pipes beneath the stairs, but I did have a freezer. However, it was like if it was truly the freezer making the footstep noises, it would have started from the get-go rather than a year before my son was born. Not to mention it would be something that one would hear every day rather than once in a while. A few memorable stories involving footsteps on the stairs was after my kids were born. We were upstairs. I was holding my infant daughter while my son was a toddler and playing. I hear footsteps coming upstairs. My significant other was at work. We did have a roommate that lived out in the guest house. I thought she was coming up, but never made it up the stairs. Even my son took a look to see if anyone was coming. Had it been her, he would have heard her go back down the stairs, not just up. About a year later, we had another roommate out in the guest house. It was sometime after 4:30 a.m. I knew he'd be leaving for work early. I woke up to someone walking around the kitchen before going up the stairs. I knew it wasn't my significant other, as he had already left. I wondered why the roommate was going upstairs, because he never does that in the morning. Waited for him to come back down, and he never did. Then I looked outside, and as I expected, my significant other's car is gone. What I didn't expect was to see the roommate's car gone too, because I just heard someone go up the stairs and never heard anybody come back down the stairs, just up it. I thought, what the fuck? Went upstairs to see who it could be. I looked around and saw no one. I went back to sleep thinking to myself, ugh, ghosties are acting up. Another similar experience happened the year before, but it was after 4:30 in the afternoon. The kids were spending time with their grandma, my significant other's mom. I was feeling frisky. Obviously, I won't go into details of that. However, I was downstairs, heard my significant other go downstairs and walk around the kitchen. I asked, "Want to join me?" No response. Felt a bit hurt. I noticed I don't hear him go back up the stairs and wondered if he was still downstairs. I looked around downstairs for him and he wasn't downstairs. Thought it was odd, went upstairs. He was there. I thought, well, he moves quietly. Sometimes you can't hear him on the steps, which is true. I've jump scared a few times, but he has appeared behind me since I didn't hear him approach. He moves like a ghost. I asked him why he didn't say anything to me, and when I asked him to join me downstairs, he gave me a what the fuck expression. He was like, I never went downstairs. I've been up here the whole time. What? However, these are the two biggest experiences when it comes to footsteps on the stairs. I did hear footsteps once on the floor above, and this ties to another experience I had been home by myself. My children had spent the night with their grandmother in town, so my significant other had been working. Was going to swing by his mom's place to pick up the kids. The time I was expecting them, I was upstairs and I heard a car door slam. I then heard the front door open, thinking they were home. I went downstairs to greet them, however no one was there. Even more chillingly, the door was still locked with a latch. I would have heard the latch if somebody tried to open the door, and I never heard it. Just the front door opening. Even more puzzling was that there was no car in the driveway. But then, as I'm mulling about downstairs, I hear footsteps walking around upstairs. I looked up at the ceiling and muttered, ghosties, of course. I go upstairs and no one's there. Shadow person. I've lived in 2 houses here in Sweden since I moved there in 2006. There is the one that I currently live in now, and the one I lived in for the first 12 years I lived in Sweden. In the last post I made about the last house, I talked about the footsteps I experienced. Today will be only about the only visual experience I ever had while living in that house. Now, to point out, I didn't experience much activity when I visited the house prior to moving to Sweden in 2006. I didn't experience much after I moved in. It wasn't until 7 years later that I began to experience activity. That's because that's when my first kid was born. 18 months later, my second child was born. There's a theory that children can cause paranormal activity to increase because they have loads of energy which spirits need to help them manifest. A quick background. This last house that we lived in had been my significant other's grandfather's house. My significant other inherited the house after his grandfather died. By the way, his grandfather died in the house as well as the first owner. They both died in their sleep. They were over 90, and thus begins my experience. It was 4:30 in the morning. There's 3 bedrooms in the house, 2 downstairs and 1 upstairs. One downstairs was for the kids. The other was us, and the one upstairs had been reserved as a guest house. However, the kids and I would sometimes sleep up in that room because it was freezing downstairs. We had a pellet burner, and sometimes the damn thing didn't work right or just ran out of pellets, which I would fill up in the morning as I'd have to go heft up 16-kilogram bags of pellets, go down the stairs to the basement. It had weak lighting in there, and no railing, which was a safer thing to do in the morning than at night. So that would be a reason why the downstairs would be freezing more than the upstairs. Upstairs was a little bit more warmer. Towards the last few months of living in that house, my significant other would sleep in the guest house. That way it wouldn't disturb us when we got up to go to work in the morning, which was early. At the time, he worked at a company that was about an hour away from where we lived. This would be the reason we would eventually move to the area that we live at now. But then, he would wake up early and leave around 4:30 to go to work. He'd have to be there by about 6 a.m. He would give himself an extra hour to chill out and shower at his job, since a lot of companies here have showers to use, especially if they're in a factory. However, sometimes he would come up and say goodbye to me before leaving. So one early morning I woke to a shadow of someone standing over my bed. I thought initially that it was my significant other. Out of all the words I say while narrating, when I see the capital S-O, I fall over myself. My apologies. I thought initially that it was my significant other. I reached up to give him a hug and a kiss. However, as I was reaching up, I noticed that the shadow was taller than my significant other. He was about 5'4" to give you an idea. This shadow was at least 6 feet tall, and suddenly I thought it was a home intruder, so I gave it a punch. My hand went through it. Not only does my hand go through it, but the shadow disappears just as my fist did go through it. Oddly enough, I don't really recall feeling like a coldness as I did that. Had this been an honest-to-God person, I would have seen it run for the door as they escaped. My fist would have made contact, not vanish. The shadow itself didn't have any features. It reminds me of the face they have on mannequins. After this happened, I shook my head and went, ghosties are at it again. Went back to sleep immediately. I have to disclaim that I have a pretty weird reaction to paranormal activity and ghosts in general. I can sense their presence even when they aren't doing anything like moving stuff or footsteps. So when they do something like that, or what they did here, I'm not surprised by it. I just mutter, "Oh, ghosties," or "Oh, ghosties are at it again," and go about my day. However, the irony of me seeing that shadow person in that room, that's the room where my significant other's grandfather died in. Weird activity after watching a video in 2014. I was watching a chibi video of WWE with my cousin, and one of the characters has a weird laugh. I look toward my uncle's room and try to look for his Deadpool head, but I see a chibi statue of the exact character that we were watching. I said that I didn't know how our uncle bought that one. Yes, Gecko. I said wait out loud and heard something fall and saw one of the Deadpool heads, but not the statue. I didn't know the head was there because, well, it's a 2-foot statue. I looked inside and didn't see it anywhere in sight. Both me and my cousin heard the laughter continue, and I thought I accidentally played the video again, but my YouTube app wasn't open anymore since I closed it on accident and my phone was on silent. I walked towards the other end of the room that we're in, and I see a quick glimpse of the statue waving at me slightly from the roof of the garage and screamed, "Oh my gosh!" My cousins ran to the window and didn't see it, and it was gone. We heard something fall in a tiny closet in that room, which is like a living room in the back of the house. Opened the door and nothing seems to have fallen. We close the door slowly and we hear shaking again for about 3 seconds. We hear the same laughter again, and I grab my cousin around the arms, and we're now back to back trying to figure out where the laughter's coming from. We realize that we're pointing in different directions. We decided to go to the actual living room to just TV. 2 weeks later, we're in the room again, just playing with toys, but mostly watching wrestling videos since I was a 14-year-old girl who just wanted to watch sports, and my cousin was a 10 or 11 and he loved wrestling before I did. We randomly decide to watch Marvel crack videos, and as soon as we play a video, we heard the creepy laughing again, and I said, let's just watch TV in the living room. I asked my cousin earlier this year if he remembers that day, and his mouth dropped in shock. He had a memory of it, but assumed it was a creepy dream he had since he had weird dreams around that time. I couldn't watch chibi wrestling videos until 2018 in fear of, well, all that happened again. My cousin also said that when, I realized our uncle didn't have a statue like that, I only heard something fall and assumed it was the statue. He said he actually saw a CD case being pulled out and fall on the floor by itself. Ask Reddit. I'm sure this will get buried, but it's a good one. When I was about 16, I lived with my mom and stepdad in a shop in Brighton. It's in Australia. The place felt heavy. All 3 of us had some wild experiences in that place. And also some of my friends who visited as well. Mom said when she was painting the lounge, when all alone, the window started rattling and the door slammed shut behind her. She firmly told it to get out of her house. Didn't show up again for about 1.5 years. I'll skip to my story. I saw quite a few shadows out of my peripheral vision at different times. And once when I was at the kitchen table, which looked down a hall ending in the lounge, I saw a shadow figure of an old hunched woman. She was walking from the lounge, stopped to look at me, and then disappeared into the wall to the left. Another time my parents were out and I was watching TV at home alone with the lights flickering. The door slammed and my cat went crazy. Another time my parents were out and I locked myself out. The buildings were connected. If you look up Street View on Church Street, Brighton, just past Middle Brighton Station, this was over 20 years ago, and I went to the neighbors who owned an antique shop at the time. I asked if I could climb out their window to access my house. Walked up their stairs and felt crushing blackness and sorrow from their upstairs living quarters. I climbed out the window and could breathe again. My house felt bad, but theirs was another level. I heard people running up and down the stairs when no one else was home. My stepfather constantly heard people in the shower when no one was home. One night, it was in the middle of an Australian summer, about 38 degrees or 104 Fahrenheit. My cat again went crazy, running between 2 posts outside, meowing like crazy when she reached both ends. I was unsettled sitting in my bed and felt cold, like ice grabbed the back of my right arm. like someone had put their whole hand on the back of my arm and squeezed tightly. 2 weeks later, the house burned down, and the fire started in the middle of my bed. Ask Reddit. I had a haunted bed as a child. Not really haunted per se, but there was definitely something attached to it. We didn't have a lot of money growing up. My parents shopped at a secondhand store a lot. One year, my mom just buys a mattress and a frame. The mattress was the old school type with like a bright blue fabric and a lining of padding material. The bottom half was made of wood and it sat on top of a metal frame. After 2 weeks of having it, I would hear a knocking noise in the bottom wood section of the frame. This would happen almost every night between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. It wasn't all night. It would be real random knocks like clack, clack, clack. Then it would stop and start again a few hours later. I told my parents about the noise. My dad ended up flipping the mattress, cutting the bottom fabric that covered the wood and checking to see if a mouse had come along. Nothing, no mouse, no bite or scratch marks, but my dad continued to believe that that's what I heard. It was the sound of a mouse chewing through the wooden frame. He laid mouse traps all over the house and nothing. After a few months, the clacking got louder. I was scared at first, but after a while it got so annoying and just wouldn't let me sleep. I knocked back at it, but then it turned into a game. Whatever was making that sound would mimic the knocking noise I made on the frame. Every night it got louder until one day my dad decided he was going to sleep in the same room as me. He finally heard it. At this point, I knew not to entertain the noise and would sleep right through it. He woke me up and flipped the bed again, only to find nothing. Put it back and we waited for the noise and nothing. He did that for 2 days before finally tossing that piece of shit bed. Ask Reddit. My grandparents have lived in their house for 30 plus years. They typically had, family gatherings in their finished and multi-room basement. And even as kids, we always made sure to go in groups if we ever had to go to the main floor for the bathroom because it always felt off. Not only off, but eerie too. And especially when no one was around. The house would always creak, and all of the grandchildren claimed the creaks were footsteps. They also have a back area to their home with a couple of rooms that are always much colder than the rest of the house. My sister and I were about 7 or 8 staying at my grandparents' house in the front room, which used to be my youngest aunt's. At midnight-ish, we heard a child talking. It sounded like it was coming from inside the walls. We froze to make sure we both heard it, and when it stopped. When it started again, my sister basically became Usain Bolt and dipped to my grandparents' room, leaving me alone. My grandma came in to me basically almost crying and opened a small doorway which led to a storage area. Not an entire room, just a mini closet. Pulled out a baby doll toy. Apparently, that's what was, talking and crying as she shrugged it off even though there was zero explanation as to why it randomly went off at midnight. It wasn't new, but its batteries weren't dying, so I don't even think it was switched on, to be honest. We haven't slept over there since, and when I told the aunt who used to sleep there, she claimed she always felt the house was haunted too. Had many encounters in that room. Once she also couldn't sleep around midnight, she felt watched. Then suddenly she felt her mind go into a weird lulled state and felt something cold creeping through her body until it reached the other side and exited from her fingertips with a pop feeling. She suddenly felt tired, turned her TV off and went to bed. She swears the TV became static when she felt the way she did. But it was the 80s, so that was possible even without the ghost. A friend of another aunt is a medium, and when she visited my grandma's house, she told her that there was a lot of heavy and dark spirits in the house. But they didn't fuck with my grandma since she was a strong woman. Apparently the rest of us are fair game, though. Unsettling experience I had with my friends when I had a sleepover. So back in the days when I was around 12 or 13 years old, one of my close girlfriends had a birthday sleepover at her country house. We were 4 girls in total, not including my birthday girl's little sister who was 6. We spent the first day just celebrating the birthday and hanging out with her family at the nice country house. This was kind of a fancy house, with a nice and spacious guest house a bit further away on their land, where we were supposed to have our sleepover. When it was time for bed, we got comfortable in the guest house, with some of us sleeping on mattresses on the floor. Some of the girls got a bit scared by the fact that we were staying in the guest house and wanted to be able to lock the door, which the parents were a bit hesitant to at first. This was one of those locks that when you open it with the key both ways, so I guess they were afraid that we would be able to lock ourselves in or something. But at last we were allowed to lock it. It was a very classic sleepover with candy, horror movies, and gossiping. I don't remember when we fell asleep, but I remember waking up in the middle of the night noticing it was kind of bright outside. This was in the middle of the summer and in Sweden, which means that it gets bright outside at around 3 in the morning. One of my friends was still awake watching Harry Potter without audio, and I stayed up for a bit and watched it with her before falling back into sleep. Next day, it was time to go back home again. We spent some additional time hanging out at the main house before we started packing up the guest house. I was the first one to finish my packing, so while I was waiting for my friends to finish, I sat at the sofa where I had left my digital camera on the sofa table. During this time in my preteens, I took a lot of photos of, wanted to document my life. So I naturally had a lot of pictures to go through from that weekend. I decided to look through the pictures on my camera while waiting, and that's when I discovered something very odd. In my camera album, at a random spot in the reel of pictures, there was at least 10 to 15 or 20 even pictures of me and my friends sleeping. They were taken from a variety of high and low angles and without flash. Group pictures where you could see all of us from far away and close up, and individual shots of our faces close up. The fact that there were so many pictures of us with us so variety and, just made me feel incredibly freaked out. I'm not proud of myself, but I was kind of also like 12 or 13 years old and never experienced something like this before. So my little preteen brain decided was the best next step was to get somewhat detached from reality and just delete everything in the memory card, including whatever pictures I had on there from some other times. Of course, right after that I realized what I did and I started freaking out and crying, which alerts my friends. They wanted to know what happened, and when I told them, they understandably got mad at me and didn't believe me. Then they started to freak out too when they realized that I've never really been a prankster, wouldn't be able to act up this well. This then became a whole situation where the parents had to calm 4 hysterical kids down while reassuring us that they had not pulled a prank on us. In the end, my friends decided not to really believe me. We never spoke about it ever again. This could absolutely just be a prank gone wrong by our parents or the little sister, but the fact that we had locked the door, maybe they had a spare key, but why would the parents then not want us to lock the door to begin with? They would have to get up in the middle of the night and then spend minutes taking pictures with us, like a flash up close in our face. Just didn't feel like something our parents would have done. Our little sister was very short and young and couldn't have pulled off taking so many pictures with different angles. Plus, she's freaked out too. Again, this might just be a bad prank, or a good one depending on how you view it. Maybe it was by our parents and they just decided not to admit it, but it still feels incredibly creepy to think of that somebody or something took pictures of us while we were sleeping with my camera. When you see yourself without a mirror. So almost 20 years ago now, holy crap. I was home alone with my little brother. We were both teens, and our folks had gone away on a trip, nothing too new. Our house was on 3 acres of land, a quarter of it being woods. The right side of the house butted up against the woods along the back right corner, which is where our deck existed. The deck had 2 levels, spaced by only about a foot drop, and then the stairs to the backyard would have been another 10 feet. This wasn't our first time home alone, but it would be the first time in our lives to experience something that to this day we couldn't explain. A little past 10 p.m., we had been standing in the kitchen waiting for dinner to finish in the oven. We were talking while watching Mythbusters reruns. I was wearing a blue shirt with gray sweatpants. He was wearing a green shirt with gray sweatpants. At one point, when our conversation stopped, I was looking at the sliding glass door on the deck. I realized that my little brother's reflection had a red shirt and a blue jean. 2 things instantly had the hair on my neck standing on end. 1, my little brother was not wearing these colors at the moment. 2, I shouldn't have been able to see his legs in the reflection at all. When I went to do a double take, he looked at me only for a split second before locking his eyes back on the person on the deck as well. We could both see him clear as day because the spotlight on the house we kept at night due to the time, kind of like recent break-ins. The person on the deck was my little brother, that's no question. But that simply wasn't possible. And the person only stood for about another second, simply calmly smiling at us before turning and walking through the railing on the second level right off the deck into the woods. He didn't jump the railing, lean, or even slouch and flip. He walked through the railing and vanished like he'd fallen to the ground at sight. We didn't call the cops, we didn't tell my folks, we waited and ate dinner. Kept the dogs and Dad's revolver with us the rest of the night. Looking back on it years later, we only recently discussed it again. And he asked something I myself had thought of the year before. So we saw a full other me. Did you ever see another you? No. Wonder why. He's married, has his own place and a kid now. I live halfway across the country. The only thing I still wonder about is if I should have gone to check. But given the break-ins, the fact that there's no light under the deck, and the fact that whatever the hell it was walked through 2 solid inches of wood covered in plastic, I'm happy I didn't. I keep hearing my dead cat's meow. I had to put her down due to kidney failure. It's been 6 weeks already. She was my soulmate, and she used to communicate a lot with me. When she died, I had a couple of dreams that she was sleeping with me, like she used to. And it felt nice, but then after a while I started to hear her meow around the house. I do have 2 other cats, but their meows are vastly different from hers. I can tell their tone, even their footsteps' weight. If you're a cat owner, you know what I'm talking about. Never the same. Thought it was just the stress, because it was a terrible month prior to her passing. Then I started to wake up to the sound. It's so real, so vivid. Today I woke up to the sound that she used to make when she'd sit by the window while watching the birds. I live in an apartment, there's no way it's a stray. I woke up from the sound, looked around to see if it was any of my other cats, saw none of them, laid down and heard it again, and I was fully awake. The last time I woke up to the sound of her asking to leave the room. I even went to open the door to see if it was one of my cats, and it wasn't. There was nothing there. Am I going crazy, or is this a normal thing? When my dog died earlier this year, I also heard the sound of his deep breath and his tail wagging. But it was just that, and nothing else. I kind of feel like I'm being mocked by it. It makes me want to cry. See ya. Enter the realm of wonder and mystery with us at Paranormal M. Subscribe now and activate notifications to dive deep into the enigmatic tales that await. Get ready to explore the unexplained like never before. Meeting Roger, Day 1. 3 days ago I was watching television in bed. The time was roughly 8:45 p.m. I heard a loud noise on the first floor. This happens occasionally because the house settles in the cool of the night. But this night, I muted the TV and heard another creak. This time on the landing of the stairs to the second floor. Thought nothing of it. A few seconds later, a creak happened in the open doorway of my bedroom. Instinctively, I stopped, thinking something might be up, but being in a little nice, safe neighborhood, it was likely nothing. Got out of bed to investigate. Maybe there was a mouse or something in the house. As I neared the doorway of my bedroom, I could feel a cold chill run up my spine. This wasn't tense, and I definitely paused here as I felt my brain might be warning me of impending issues. I sat for 30 seconds before venturing forth into the hallway. I walked downstairs to check all the doors and make sure they were secure. Everything was as it should be, but this skin crawling would just not stop. It was less intense than when I was at the doorway. I checked to see if my heart was racing by taking my pulse, and it wasn't. Saw all the doors were locked and there was no sign of entry, and I was safe. So why was it that my body seemed to be in fight or flight without adrenaline? I returned into my bedroom, passing through the same spot where I originally felt my skin crawl. I sat there for around 30 seconds, feeling this sensation continue over and over, seeing all of my skin turn to goosebumps. It was intense, but not something that caused me fear. I was more confused than anything. Chalked it up to the sound of, maybe it startled an instinctual part of my brain, you could say. I returned to my bed and resumed watching TV for no longer than 3 minutes before hearing another sound downstairs. Then a tap on the hardwood floor that sounded like a marble dropped, maybe from waist height, you could say. The sound continued up from the open bedroom door, each time sounding like it was coming closer to me. At this point I froze. There's no visible threat to me, but my skin continues to crawl all over. The taps continue to kind of be right in front and side of my bed, still a good distance from me. It's at this time that I become very aware of the feeling of a presence in the room. I know that many people know this feeling. The sound of the room changes when you're alone or if someone else is present, even without the person making a sound. Seconds later, there's a sound at the wall just next to my side of the bed. The feeling was as if an unseen force was towering over me and glaring at me. I froze, but for small movements to check the time. It was roughly 9 p.m., I think. This was less about checking the time and mostly to confirm I wasn't having a nightmare. I sat there in silence with this presence for 30 minutes more. That was before I convinced myself that I was likely in no harm, but in the very least I should let somebody know what's happened. I texted a good friend exactly at 9:35, let her know what's happened. I received no response, and so I continued to wait in this place. Eventually, after some time, which I think was another 30 minutes, roughly 10 p.m. now, I could feel the entity move from one side of the bed to the other. I could tell because as the energy seemed to move, items in the room creaked with it. Keep in mind, things in this house do not ever creak this much. I lived here for months, and I know how typical house creaking sounds. When this happened, I continued to look in the direction, and I was curious if I would see anything. What else was I to do? I was looking across my bed. I sleep on the right with my girlfriend on the left when she's over, and my bed's a king, so there's a lot of space. The last place I felt this presence was at the left edge of the bed, but clearly not on the bed itself. I continue to text my friend Liz to tell her what's happening. She still has not responded at this point, and I hear 3 clicks. They sound a lot like the tops of a Snapple bottle or a pickle jar lid clicking distinctly 3 times, though there's nothing on the bed that could even make this sound. My bed is completely made of foam, and there's nothing on the bed made of a material that could make this sound. My chills intensified to almost levels I experienced in what I'll call the zone in front of the doorway. Sitting again in fear and silence, stunned at what's happening, I'm hearing these sounds come closer and closer to myself. I receive a call finally from my concerned friend. Liz asks me what's happening and how I'm feeling. I explain the synopsis for her and tell her that I can actively feel the energy or entity right next to me. While on the phone, I hear it move from on the bed next to me around the bed in the room to towering over me on my right. During this time, she says, "Wait, was that one of the taps?" to one of the creaking sounds it made while traversing the room. I said, "That's what I feel, yes." "And you heard that?" I was feeling like I was crazy and that I was losing my shit thinking something was happening, but she helped me and gave me confidence. She told me to tell the entity, "Please go away. You're not wanted here. Please leave. This is not your home." I repeated the words and they appeared to calm the feelings down, though the feeling of my skin crawling was still very intense. It was a 10 before and it's a 6 now. I felt much more safe to explore what was going on, as I had a close friend on the phone who could help document what was happening as well as to talk to me while I was. She asked me about the spot, the one that was at the doorway that made my skin crawl. I told her that I would go and stand there to see if it still felt the same way. When I did, it was around 80% as intense, but still very intense. Just standing there felt like the strongest frisson that you feel from a great experience, but different at the same time. This wasn't a pleasurable feeling. I continued to speak with Liz this night while telling her about the sounds I heard until 4:30 a.m. when I began to pass out of pure exhaustion. At that point, the energy had seemed to be far less, but I could still feel what seemed to be a presence standing over me at the side of my bed at the very head of it. I fell asleep on and off for the next 3 hours at every creak or sound in the house because I still felt like someone was towering over me. I had one of the worst nights of sleep in my life. Ask Reddit. I spent a lot of my childhood in a very rural area in New England, which meant a ton of my time was spent outdoors. One particular house we lived in was literally the center of nowhere. The trail I liked to hike by my house had a section that went through a swamp. It had raised wooden platforms to help walk over the flooded swampy parts. One of these walkways was also partly overgrown with water and reeds, which at the time were taller than me. The path curved, so for a time you'd just be standing on a thin board surrounded by a wall of reeds, and on the other side, nothing else in sight. One day I was walking the trail. Right before I got to the reed path, I heard voices talking ahead, like someone was walking the path in my direction. Totally normally, I guess, it's a public trail even if it's rural. So I saw other people from time to time, but the voice stopped in the reed path. Nobody came out even after I waited several minutes. I finally figured that they must have stopped to take pictures or something, and I just could maybe squeeze past them on the boardwalk ahead. I was tired of waiting. As soon as I stepped into the reeds, I heard whispering start up again and expected to pass someone, or at least hear them go back out the other way. Instead, as I got to the centermost point of the reed path where nothing's visible, I heard a huge crashing sound, like people had gone running off right into the reeds and the woods. I suppose it could have been teenagers smoking or drinking and scared of getting caught, but the thing that made it so unnerving was that even though I could hear the reeds moving and snapping, as if somebody was running through them, I never once heard any footsteps or anything in the water. Remember, this path is raised on platforms, because there's a good foot or two of stagnant swamp water beneath it, and all around for several hundred feet. The water never made a sound like it had been disturbed, and also there's nothing in that direction for someone to go toward. The woods went on in that direction for upwards of 25 miles. The only path in or out was the one I was on. I ended up running all the way home. Didn't go back on the trail for a long time because it kind of freaked me out. Still don't really have a good explanation for what that might have been. Ask Reddit. I went to a high school that was built years ago. Maybe like 200-300 years. Me and my friend noticed these hatches that were about 6 feet off the floor next to all the toilets. For context, the school was based around a quad, so there was a toilet down some stairs at each corner of the quad. Obviously, we had to check these hatches out, so we did during a drama lesson that we snuck out of. We got in there, and there was a corridor under the actual corridor, which was about 4 or 5 feet tall, so we had to crawl through. The corridors connected all the toilets, and there's vents at the top of the walls that were all skirting board level at the classrooms, so we could watch lessons going on. It was pretty cool. There were tons of pipes and electrical wire and other non-interesting shit that you would expect. Apart from in one corner of the quad, the hatch for this one was locked from the inside. It looked like the pipes had all gone back into the wall or stopped, so all the walls were bare concrete slabs rather than bricks, which was odd. There was a small gap at the bottom of the wall that I could only just fit through. It was a struggle crawling under, so as we only had our mobiles for torches, and I'm not the smallest of people, when we got through, it felt so much colder in this opening than it did in the corridor. The space was also much more spacious, as we could stand up, and also the lights from our torches didn't light up the opposite side of the room when we shone them, which almost made it seem like our torches weren't even on. The room also smelled really bad. We saw there was what looked to be like a decomposed cat, which was now mostly just bone and some fur at the side next to the wall. More frequently, there was this weird stone arch above the cat. There was some red writing that wasn't blood, but it was pretty creepy. It was a few years ago, but I vaguely remember it saying something along the lines of, "If you are found here, the school will expel you, but Lucifer shall do much worse." There's a few scratches on the wall and some symbols that we thought were letters, but couldn't make them out. We took some pictures and got the fuck out of there. We were shitting bricks at this point. It was a fairly prestigious school, so expulsions was probably the scariest thing that could happen to us at that point. This was about 4 years ago, and the pictures are on an old phone, so I don't really think I could get them all down. I would like to see them myself now. Something is pretending to be my friend, and I don't know what it wants. I grew up seeing spirits, entities, and the like. Seen them my whole life, so nothing scares me anymore for the most part. But there's something new happening. My school is very haunted, and since last year something's been pretending to be my friends, following me around, talking to me, and it knows stuff about me, conversations that only those friends would know. It always follows a pattern of waiting till I'm sleeping in class or hanging out in nurse. Walking up to me, looking and sounding like one of my friends, asking if I'm okay or how I'm doing, putting a hand on my shoulder or knee and squeezing it lightly. Trying to chat with me about something in my personal life or about a conversation that we had earlier. When I don't respond because I feel like shit, it'll get pissed. Start acting weird even, leave, and while I'm moving it looks like it's a skeleton. It's been doing this since I got sick a year ago. I've had my friends confirmed that it's most definitely not them. It's definitely not them messing with me either, because I've had people vouch that they were the friends at the time, and well, I've seen security camera footage of them on the other side of the school at the exact same time. One time they weren't even at school. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants, but it's been weirdly coinciding with my health steadily getting worse, and I know it's not all that friendly. I think my apartment is haunted. I live in a complex built in 1970. I've had no issues with my unit except for one. I never felt anything off when I first moved in, but when my daughter moved, things started happening to me. It's nothing malicious or life-threatening, but it's still unsettling. My first experience happened when I was standing in my kitchen. I felt a very distinct tug on the back of my shirt. Turned around expecting one of my kids to be behind me, but no one was there, and they were all three playing in their bedroom. The door was pulled around, and definitely would have heard the door open because the hinge, creaks. A second similar experience happened when I was sitting on a stool cleaning the refrigerator. My youngest likes to climb on my back when I'm sitting and felt a tug and a presence on my back, so I said, "Eve, not right now, honey." The feeling immediately went away. It's like it faded from my back. This one creeped me out. The other minor ones I've had is having my pant leg firmly tugged on when I'm sitting or feeling my shirt sleeve get pulled on. Once or twice I've seen a shadow move across my doorway to the bathroom. Once or twice. I like it. I keep the door to the kids' room pulled around when they're sleeping because I'm a night owl. I don't want my bedroom light disturbing them. I don't have anyone I can talk to about this, so I figured I'd talk about it here. Have I inadvertently adopted a child from the spirit realm? Did my dad really visit me in my sleep when he was in a coma? A couple of years ago, my dad was in a coma after having a stroke. He's thankfully alive now and doing okay, but in the first few weeks after his stroke, we were very unsure of whether he would wake up or couldn't really see him for more than an hour each day because these were the visitation rules in the ICU. Those first 2 weeks, I was completely wrecked and I was crying myself to sleep almost every night, scared I'd never be able to see him again. Then one night something happened that was eerie yet kind of comforting. I woke up at a random time during the night and I'm honestly, till now not sure whether I actually woke up or if it was maybe just me being asleep and maybe dreaming. Nevertheless, I looked around and saw my dad just kind of leaning on the side of my bed. He was dressed in a hospital gown and looked very disheveled. I could tell he was a bit alarmed from the look in his eyes. When he saw me, I was just looking at him and he called out to me in a very frantic way and scrambled to hug me. It felt like the time I got lost for a while when I was a kid and he was the one that, found me. He acted the same way. Had the same tone of voice then. My first instinct was to try and hug him back, but I realized that I couldn't move. It's a very bittersweet memory, and I still debate on whether it was some kind of sleep paralysis episode. Which I honestly get sometimes. But they're never good experiences, they're always scary. Or if it was actually just me dreaming the whole situation. I'm honestly not sure about either. And I don't think that I ever experienced something like this before. It felt so real. Not like this half-asleep state you'd be as if you were in a dream. Plus, I remember waking up afterwards without opening my eyes because they were already open for a while. I really wanted to experience that again. I'd go to sleep hoping that I could experience him hugging me so realistically and hear him saying my name. I would dream of him walking around and moving and speaking later, but never something like what happened that first night. I can't ask my dad about this now because the stroke had a lasting effect on his ability to speak and communicate in general. So I don't have any way to be sure of whether this was some kind of out-of-body experience that, he had while comatose. Maybe. Something on the roof. My dad just told me these things the other day, and now I'm extremely curious as to what they are. Particularly the first story. I'll say first that my dad is 6'2", works construction, chops his own firewood, etc. Basically a strong, manly man. He's not one to make things up and seemed really creeped out and confused. Even now. We live in upstate New York, southwest Onondaga County. Never heard of that county. Onondaga. From 1991 to 1998. We lived in a really rural area with lots of farmland and not too many people. My dad said that he would always hear coyotes. He'd be howling really loud and other animals at night, too. One night, though, he said was the most afraid he's ever been in our old house. It was late at night and my dad went into our garage. The garage door was open. My dad walks toward the open doors and stands in the opening. Then he said he heard something on the roof. He said it's as if whatever it was saw my dad and ran off the roof. What struck my dad was how heavy he said the thing sounded. He said it sounded really heavy, but also moved really fast. Never saw anything, only heard it. I asked if it could have been a vulture or something, and he said no, he doesn't know if that thing ran and jumped off the roof or if it ran and flew away or what. He couldn't think of any animal that it could have been. Has anybody had any similar experiences in this area? The other story he told me is really brief but still strange. This was in our new house, about 5 miles from our old house, but in a more populated area. One morning he was leaving for work. It's really early, still dark, putting stuff in his truck. That's when he felt something literally brush against his leg. Never saw any animal or anything. To me, this didn't seem as creepy as the first, but I figured it most likely was just an animal. But after thinking more about it, sure, maybe there was some critter underneath his truck that ran when it saw him, but why would it run in his direction, let alone brush his leg? Any suggestions what it could have been? Little Girl Ghost. My boyfriend Jesse is Native American. He's had strange things happen to him his whole life. Seen some very creepy shit. I'll start with this bit of info that may or may not be related to this incident that I'm going to share. When he moved into the house he lives in now, there were a bunch of wood pallets stacked in the corner of the yard. And when Jesse was cleaning them up, he picked one up and there was like dozens of children's dolls underneath. What the fuck? He thought it was creepy, but decided to just get rid of them. So he's been living in this house for a few years now. Something happened to him the other week, and then again a few days ago that I figure I'd post on here. He got home from work one day and immediately noticed something shiny on his floor. He went to check what it was, and it was like a little girl's fake diamond earring. It was stuck, kind of straight down into the carpet. Thought it was weird, but that maybe it was his sister's that somehow got there. So he put it inside the shot glass he keeps on his shelf and figured, he'd ask his sis about it later. Later, he was talking to his sister about it. She said she hadn't been in his apartment and that it wasn't hers. Jesse went in to get it from the shot glass to show her, and it was fucking gone. So, this shot glass never moves. There's literally dust in it, so, what the hell? Where did it go? Yeah. Then a few days ago I was hanging out at his house, left to go home around 8-ish. I just pulled into my driveway and when he calls me freaking out. He said he was inside the foyer area of the house doing the laundry, putting stuff in the dryer. The wall that washer and dryer are against has a big open gap at the bottom of it. That way you can see the crawl space. This crawl space is literally just that, a small space, not big enough for an adult to stand in. It has all of their electrical shit down there, but it's dark and creepy as hell. So it was when he was standing at the dryer that he saw something moving out of the corner of his eye in the crawl space. He looked and there was a fucking little girl staring at him. He freaked the fuck out naturally, went back into the house without finishing the laundry. He said that she looked dead, and that her features were exaggeratedly dead looking. Like I said, my boyfriend has this weird shit happen to him his whole life. It happened so much that he's pretty much unfazed by it. Yes, Gecko. But this shook him. It was like pulling teeth getting at all the details. He just didn't seem comfortable talking about it, really. I'm wondering, since they lived in this house a while now, why is this girl just now showing up? Like the earring thing and then actually seeing her. What do you guys think? I was exorcised as a child. Haven't experienced anything paranormal since. So recently I've been watching YouTubers, basically going to haunted places and whatnot. I mostly watch Sam and Colby and recently started watching Selena's Spooky Boo and Call Me Chris. It had me thinking about my childhood and how when I was very young my father exorcised me after seeing a face that wasn't mine when he looked at me. A bit of backstory. My father is a very spiritual man, and he would say in his own words that he has a very strong and close relationship to God. He was raised Baptist, but was never really fond of how they did things. He spent a lot of time having our own sort of church time at home. He used to tell me that God, who's named me, and that I was meant to be a warrior in God's army. He was well versed in exorcisms and regularly would do them with other people. Mostly he would exorcise homes, but every once in a while he'd do people. He doesn't talk about it too much, but just said that he had some crazy stuff. When I was little, according to my father, we're having one of our home church days. He was praying over us. I have 5 siblings, so it took some time. He said when he got to me and started praying, he saw my face and it just seemed off. Like someone else was looking back at him using my face. Like someone was wearing my face like a Halloween mask or something. He went into full exorcist mode, began praying and shouting and speaking in tongues, trying to essentially push this thing out of me. I'm not too sure how long he did this, but he said it was successful, and I was back to normal, and that was it. Nothing else was really said about it. The family moved on until a few years ago, where it just casually gets brought back up. I was completely shocked. I don't have any memory of that day, whether due to just being too young to remember or trauma from it, I don't know. He would tell me that before then, accidents that would happen to me or go missing and leave the house. I was described as being very silent when I would walk, and I would really cry when I was spanked. Yeah, I grew up in a family where spankings happened. I don't really remember too much from before then, but what I remember after is pretty clear. When I was around the ages of 9 to 12, we lived in this house that was pretty old, and according to everyone in my family, it was haunted. There was a ghost that everyone saw, who was probably named Poncho, due to what looked like somebody wearing some sort of long sheet or poncho around their shoulders. All 5 of my siblings and even my mother had experiences in that house, but my father and I never did. The experiences ranged from person to person, but they all centered around Poncho. My youngest brother saw a bright orb fly between the wall and the hallway. My oldest sister was playing with dolls in her room when one of the dolls slid across the floor. My mother saw an indent in the couch that looked like somebody was sitting there next to my older sister in the living room that went back up as they, kind of went. My mom walked in. There was an incident when my cousin was playing over with my older sister and she was basically teasing the ghost. She threw a paper ball at the wall and it suddenly came back right at her. Basically, a lot was happening in this house, but I never saw or witnessed anything. And to this day, I've never experienced anything paranormal at all, and, well, I hear so many stories about people experiencing things and seeing things, but I have no personal account, aside from something I have no memory of. I guess I'm just curious about what other people think about this, and if anybody has any theories about what it could be. My personal theory is that after I was exorcised, some kind of, protective energy was me. I'm not too sure. It does seem weird that I have no single experience I can remember of spooky things happening to me. Ask Reddit. One night about 3.5 years ago, I was driving to my mom's from dad's and my girlfriend was following me in her car. Well, I looked down for 1 second, and when I looked back up, there's a massive coyote in front of my car. It was all mangy with big teeth. It was super tall. Well, I proceeded to try to hit it going like 50 miles an hour. I even felt my car kind of bump as I hit it. Anyway, my girl saw me slam on my brakes, so she called me and asked what happened. Once I told, she sounded very freaked out because she didn't see anything, nor did anything come out from under my car. We were pretty freaked out, so we just finished the drive to my mom's. Once there, we looked at my car, and it was fucked up. Like it looked like I hit another car. So I told my mom we all went back to the scene, and there was no coyote body or pieces of my car. It really fucked me up for a long time. Well, flash forward to a couple of months ago, and my now fiance learned of skinwalkers. And as we were discussing that, that's what I might have hit all those years ago. We heard an ear-piercing woman scream right by our front door. I mean, it sounded like she had had her mouth against the door. But when we all went out to check out there was absolutely no one. We vowed that day to never talk about it again. Interesting events in childhood home. I'm 24 years old now, but about to be 25. When I was 9 to 10 years old, we lived in an older home in the southern central parts of Texas. My mom had brought me with her to take a look at her house before she made the decision. She was renting only. When we met with the landlord, she was giving us the tour of the home. I had gotten this real heavy feeling when we stepped in the living room. I'd asked my mom to ask the lady if somebody had died in the house. And at that moment, when my mom asked that question, the lady went silent. 30 seconds go by and she just continues her tour. At the time, my mom could care less if something happened because it was a good deal in a peaceful small town. This 4-bedroom home was also built on sort of pier and beams, a very, very old AC system underneath. You could literally hear anyone's footsteps throughout the entire home. My bedroom out of the 4 had this light green wall color with a bright orange trim to it. Every other room was plain beige. I remember wanting to paint this picture for everyone because I had numerous encounters in this home. It was such a short amount of time we lived there. I stayed to myself for the most part. Just got the first generation Xbox and I was gaming. Heard a group of kids walking down the street laughing and having fun as I was peeking out the window. I had this urge to turn around. When I did, my DC skating shoe was literally spinning in the air right beside me. At least 1 or 2 spins per second. It's the best way I can describe it. When I looked and caught this act, the shoe immediately dropped while spinning. To this day, I still think about it, and every day it just makes me wonder what or who was behind that. Was it an alternate dimension? Was it a spirit? What the fuck was it? Now I'm grown and I don't experience much out of the ordinary anymore. I'll sometimes see shadows go around corners or figures in corners, but as I get closer, there's never really anything. Who knows if this gets some kind of attention or anybody would like to know more about the house's encounters. I would love to entertain. But mind you, this isn't just made up. I get chills when I speak about these events, and I can't get the thoughts out of my head. Was a believer, but this made me believe in it 100%. Hi everyone, I've had experiences before, but could always explain it away. Cold spots, footsteps, shadows, etc. As a kid, I lived in a house I believed was haunted, had a lot of strange instances. Didn't truly believe it until I talked to my stepmother at the time. Said that she had also had experiences. My father is skeptic as hell, but even he said that place had something wrong with it. Whatever, could say it was just because I was a kid. Cold spots can be many things, yada yada. So with this, I've always believed in spirits, but never had truly felt what I had fully transparent experience. Or rather, truly felt like I had a fully transparent experience. That was until I was about a few years back. My friends and I were all 19 at the time, and we were at one of my friends' houses. It was just the three of us, and we've been friends since we were really young, so we all were and are very close. It was very late, and my one friend, let's call him Nate, he's the owner of the house, had fallen asleep. So it was just me and my friend and I left. All of a sudden, she's getting messages from Nate's family that he needed to check his phone. They needed to talk to him. Long story short, Nate's mother had gotten into an accident and passed. She stayed with Nate until his family came over and then headed home to give him space. One friend and I, let's call them Oliver, went back to my house and sat in the car and talked. We were in shock, wanted to be together and work through the tragedy. Sorry if that sounds silly, but I'm not quite sure how to preface that moment. It does not sound silly. Oliver and I kept talking about how much we love Nate's mom and we're praying for her, saying how much everybody cares for her, how we can't believe that she's gone. All of a sudden, my body went haywire. Goosebumps all over, my body felt completely weightless. I then started to feel something rush through me. Tears instantaneously started flowing. No control. Truly felt like an energy floated through me. I turned to Oliver and told him what I had just experienced, and, well, the tears still running down when they say that they watched it happen. They swore they saw a shadow behind me in the back seat when it first started happening. We both believe it was Nate's mother visiting us to tell us that she was okay now. Brutal. Possibly haunted cabin. So basically there's a cabin in the woods on a property next to ours. It's in the foothills of California. It's been abandoned for quite a long while. I didn't know it was there until 2 years ago, and I've lived on this road for 16 years. It's been uninhabited for 20. The last resident passed away in the house. One person's gone to see or check it maybe twice a year since they passed. That person collected many historical artifacts, maps, and historical records and such from the local area. It was kind of like a time capsule for that period. And now a new property owner wants to return that property and a couple of others nearby to uninhabited protected forest. Since they disclosed that plan, it seems things have begun to occur. The cabin was unattended and closed up. Get-go. And when the new owner went back to check out the place, it looked like a very strong wind had happened. It was inside the building. Photos, papers, maps, all sorts strewn across the floor. They tidied up, thinking a trespasser must have been there, but no one for miles even knows it exists, let alone how to get there. They would have to cut through my land, behind 2 locked gates, 100 acres of forest, cross over other inhabited properties, also dense forest. Wind through an overgrown road to get there. Oh, wind through an overgrown road to get there. We don't just stumble upon this cabin. They locked it up even more after that. They go back and the same again. Everything that was in the bins and boxes is flung about. Like a small windstorm contained within the house. All papers, photos, maps, books. We tested the lock, see if we could break it. Test if, trespassers theory. There is no way without leaving evidence. Since then, it's happened at least twice more. They tidy up, it gets disheveled again, then a locked building. There are a few other oddities happening on the hill around the forest, but it's mostly focused on disheveling the inside of one cabin. There are sheds on the property too. There are no incidences in those. The property with the cabin is very woodsy and borders 20 plus maybe acres of national forest. 20,000. There's no animal sign that could indicate a creature getting into the cabin, no tracks or droppings. I'm wondering what kind of entity could or would do these things. I don't have any experience with these things myself, so I don't know how to best protect myself from it, help it, or anything else really. I've gotten some suggestions from a paranormal investigator this evening. I'll take her advice, but I'm wondering what others might think about this. koozie appears out of nowhere. Deceased grandfather trying to communicate. Let's all find out what a koozie is together. I'm not sure if this is going to sound crazy or not, but my partner woke me up at 4:30 a.m. saying that they think someone is breaking into our house. I was sound asleep, didn't hear anything, but I said before I go, look, I'll check it out, check the security cameras, see if they caught anything. They didn't, so I just disregarded it and went back to sleep. Now this morning, we woke up and noticed a koozie that I haven't used or even seen in multiple years lying on the table. I asked if my partner took it out of the pantry for some reason. They said no, that it was just there and they thought I left it there. I didn't. It was odd. What's weird is that when I looked at the indoor camera footage for around the time for inside the house, all of them glitched and skipped and repeated the same second or two over and over. That's odd. I've been trying to make sense of it all day. Then I thought about the koozie itself. It was from my grandfather's marine business many years ago. He passed away a couple of years ago and it was also his birthday recently. I'm wondering if he's trying to contact me with a message of some kind. Has anyone experienced something like this? Should I try to contact him somehow? If so, how? So we learned a koozie is somehow related to the marine. Koozie. I think my wife and I just saw the spirit of our deceased dog. My wife and I had an experience yesterday. I'd never really believed in the paranormal until now. I believe there is some sort of afterlife, but after this event, I'm 1,000,000,000% certain. Our beloved dog, Princess, our baby, passed away in January, a little before her 12th birthday. We both brought her up yesterday in conversation, and it brought tears to our eyes because of how deeply we love and miss her. Sometimes I feel like I hear the taps of her paws on the wooden floors, and I still get the feeling to look down to not trip over her when I walk around the house. Makes me sad. Well, it does bring me comfort at the same time because it feels like she's still with us. I left the room and apparently my wife asked her puppy to give us a sign to tell us that she's okay. I didn't know she did until after the events happened. Well, a few hours later, we were watching TV and turned to the left to take my medicine and I saw a small BB-sized orb of light. It was covered in white hairs. Similar to a dandelion if the seed stems were white too. It appeared right in my vision about 2 feet away and flew about a foot, maybe in 1 second. It flew away from me. Then it vanished. I waved it off as a mosquito because it's been really bad here lately, and why the hell would I just assume I saw an orb anyways? I've been open to ghosts and UFOs in the past, but never seen any, so I don't quite believe yet. I assumed it to be a natural explanation. An hour later I brought some food back home and I sat down and it reappeared about a foot in front and left of me. I saw it immediately and I saw every detail. Each individual hair down to the little glowing white spherical core. It traveled to the right about a foot until it was 6 inches in front of my chest when it vanished into thin air. My first thought was that it was a fuzz, but a fuzz doesn't just fly against the wind current of our AC. A fuzz also doesn't have a glowing white spherical core. It finally clicked in my dumb scientific skeptic brain and I gasped and exclaimed, "Babe, I just saw an orb." She turned to look at me with shock and said, "You saw an orb too? I just saw one." She said it was white with a blue hue, similar in size to the one I saw. It was in the corner up there on the ceiling. It was there for 1 second, then it vanished. She questioned if it could have been a reflection, but thought it wasn't possible at that spot away from the window with the black blinds closed. It was then that she told me that she asked her puppy to give us a sign that she's okay a few hours before. and we both realized that it must be our little pupper's spirit. I'm so skeptical that she had to appear twice. I understand that you'd have to see it to believe it, because that's the kind of person I am. But I was able to see the orb about 6 inches from my face, and it was so bizarre because it looked realer than real, as if it were three-dimensional and traveled a good distance as I locked my eyes onto it. I felt as if I could have grabbed it out of the air, but was absolutely gobsmacked and in shock. Anyway, it brought both excitement and peace, knowing that the afterlife is an absolute reality to me now, and that supernatural things are real and can happen. I hope other people can experience it because the videos all feel fake and it brought tears of joy to our eyes. Awesome. Been starting to see things. I don't know if this is the right subreddit, but any help would be appreciated. It started a couple of months ago when I was leaving my house. Impolite gecko. I heard a growl, not like a gecko's, but like a wolf's growl right next to me outside. I could almost feel its breath. I immediately grabbed my dad's gun and checked around the house, but nothing was there. Whenever I see someone in the corner of my eye, they have this weird aura around them, till I look directly at them. It then disappears, and there's a bunch of smaller examples that, for sake of my own sanity, I've chalked up to being coincidences. Tonight I went to throw out the trash, and ever since I pulled into my old school where I usually throw it away at, I get a really uneasy feeling. And as I put my car in park and went out, everything in the back of my mind and my body was yelling at me to run. But I had trash bags in the trunk, and I had to throw them away, so I decided to kind of fight past the feeling. As I threw out the last one, I turn around to go back to my car. I see two burning red eyes about a foot from the millisecond that I looked as I began to walk away. I heard a similar growl, and I could feel the breath of whatever that thing was on my right hand as it went numb with pins and needles. I got to my car, hit the gas pedal so hard my tires skidded as the car got going. My heart threatened to beat its way out of my chest. I know I probably sound crazy, I'm very much aware of that. Even to me a couple of months ago, and I've agreed. These are all very much real experiences, and they're all happening. I don't know why or what to do. The only place I feel safe is at home, because nothing's happened on the inside because my parents had holy water or oil on every windowsill and door frame, as well as having the entire house blessed. Any advice or help would be much appreciated. Again, I don't know if this is the right place to go, but there has to be someone out there that had had at least a similar experience or knows what to do in this type of situation. I dreamt of my ex's aunt reuniting with her family before I knew she had passed that night. I'm new to this sub, but scrolling through I remembered a dream I had last year. At the time of this dream, my ex-husband and I were separated, living in different places, not talking beside for legal matters. His aunt had been sick for some time, but she lived states away from us and wasn't anyone I thought about often, though I had always enjoyed her company and big warm smile whenever we visited. She had apparently taken a turn for the worse, but having been distanced from his family, I had no idea. I had woken up early one morning confused. I never wake up in the middle of the night. My dream was just two people talking, his aunt and his grandfather, her dad, who was deceased. My dreams are usually chaotic and full of plots, weird themes, and visuals, so waking up having experienced something different was surprising. Seeing them talk was simple, but so vivid. It was like they were having an interview, only them two, light shining on them, totally surrounded in a velvety blackness. They had tears in their eyes and in their voices as they hugged each other. "Darling, it's so good to see your smile again. You've no idea how much I've missed you." It was so sweet and warm, and I was a bystander peering into this moment, but it was so clearly full of love. It was weird, too, because I'd never known his grandfather with it, but he suffered so much from Alzheimer's and was past the point of recognizing his family when we had met him. As you would probably guess, when I rolled over and picked up my phone to check the time, a friend of mine had texted me at about 2:00 a.m. to let me know that Aunt So-and-so had passed away that night. It was sad news, but it made my heart glow to think that, well, maybe there was some beautiful reunion that got to occur that night. Me and my family know our house is haunted, but we aren't scared. So me and my family bought our house back in the year of 2000. We were the first to live there and moved in after the house was built. The only explanations we have is that the clothing these ghosts wear are like early 19 or late 1800, and you'll know why. The first ghost made herself known when I was 12 or 14. I always had trouble sleeping at night and couldn't walk around my house at night as I felt like somebody was always watching. I always just thought I was just irrational, or so I thought. One night I was laying on my bed trying not to really sleep, and I was on top of my comforter and all, and I was just staring out my bedroom door into the hallway. The hallway light in the bedroom light was on, and being on the second floor, I think so I had on the main entrance light on. Think of a chandelier where the entrance where you can see the stairs right away and see a bit of the upstairs as well. I had no music or anything playing when I hear little girls laugh, just as all the lights turn off and my door closes shut. I freaked out and started screaming when my mom came out of her room on the first floor thinking I was playing with the lights. She didn't believe my explanation that night, but I'll come back to this. The second ghost made himself known in a more creepier way. One night when I was 15 to 16, I woke up exactly at 3:14. Felt something tap my shoulder. As I turned to see what it was, a man stood next to my bed. He appeared to be in his late 40s, early 50s, judging from his white hair and white mustache and beard and what could only be described as a Civil War uniform for the Confederacy. Only thing is that his skin was very pale and his eyes had no pupils. I wanted to scream, but he only moved his finger over his lips to signify to be quiet. I lay in my bed frozen with fear as he walked out of my room, closing the doors quietly. From that night, I kept hearing him just match in my upstairs hallway. Perhaps they meant March. Now, being that I was the only one that could account these spirits, I always was told I was crazy, until my brother and mom both told me they noticed the girl. She never did anything harmful, except she loves to play with us by hiding things somewhere where we don't really leave them, as well as returning them to where they were originally after we look everywhere. Main things are keys, remotes, and small objects like nail polish or makeup. It's gotten to the point where if we lose something and we know it's not where we left it, we just say, "Little girl, we need this back," or "Little girl, we're in a rush and we can't play." She'll normally put it back in its place a bit quicker. The older man was seen by me and my grandfather, my mom as well. My grandfather just saw him walk in the front door and directly to my parents' room. My mom would see him at night, but all he does is tip his hat to her and walk away. One night where she was crying a lot, I believe it was over losing her grandparents or her brother, she sat next to her and kind of put his hand on her shoulder. And she said he felt very cold, but she did feel safe. Scary stuff in my house last night. Help. I've lived here for 10 years. Nothing too notable to mention until last night early morning. I was woken by my dog, wide awake, heckles up, growling. Never seen or heard growls or heckles before. He's the sweetest little guy. Tried to calm him down, got him laying down with some effort applied after about 10 minutes. Went to go back to sleep, and there was an almighty crash in my room. Yep, sent doggo crazy. After my heart rate settled, I got up to investigate. I found 2 heavy books at the bottom of my bed on the floor, and the scary part is I don't have books in my room, other than what I'd be currently reading and therefore on the bedside table. These 2 books were downstairs in the book cabinet. One was Angels and Demons. The other was a book about a famous serial killer. How did they get from downstairs in a closed cabinet to my bedroom floor with a huge crash? Checked cabinet, you can kind of see where they're supposed to be. There's spaces where they belong. Nothing scary here ever before, or I'd be out of here. Haven't been back to sleep, was wide awake from dealing with the dog, and since the kids left for uni, I live alone. Everyone got an error, or, screwed that one up. Anyone got any explanation for this? Now and again, doors rattle, witnessed by others, but I blame the wind. Even if there is none, makes me feel better. But nothing else. Do I put the house on the market today, or is there an explanation for this? Genuinely freaked, already arranged to stay with my parents tonight. Please tell me there's a natural explanation for this, please. Okay, so whatever threw books through my wall did it again. Same as last time, just after my son left last year, for those who don't know. I attend university. I was awoken at 5:35 a.m. to a massive crash sound in my bedroom. It took me a few moments to realize I'd actually heard that and the dog was reacting. Turned the light on and found 2 books had landed at the foot of my bed. Only I don't have books in my room. The books came from my son's room. They were in a locked glass cabinet. The titles also intrigued me, as it was a book about serial killers and angels and demons from the trilogy. Went into my son's room when it was daylight. Was freaked out. The case was open, definitely previously closed and locked. It's just a simple IKEA case with an equally simple lock. But no one else was here. Been in this home for over 10 years with nothing strange going on. Until he came home for summer break. Recently returned to uni. Last night the exact same thing happened again at pretty much the same time. Maybe a few minutes difference. Was awoken by the same crash, dog on alert, and same 2 books from the cabinet in his room. Is this me missing him causing this? I miss him, but I know he's happy, safe, and getting an education. I'm happy for him, but obviously miss him being here. But not to the point where I'm crying or anything. Why did this happen again? Same 2 books seemingly thrown through a wall, our room adjoined. Am I causing this because I miss being home alone? Or miss him being home? I've had a whole year of him not being here and I've adapted well. I don't have issues related to him being gone, and this never happened when my daughter left 2 years earlier. I just don't understand. What happened, and am I causing this? Any words of advice or explanation? I love my children equally, so why with him leaving and not my daughter? Was this paranormal? I'm at a loss with what happened to me last night, and I'm on here curious to see what y'all think. My husband and I dropped our kids off at their grandparents this weekend. We went to our house that we own. We don't currently live in it. We live in another town a few hours away. So the house we own that we've lived in since 2014 is essentially sat unoccupied since last year. We visit at least monthly to see if things are fine. Some furniture is still there, and well, last night I decided to sleep on the couch. My husband went to the room with the bed. I have the TV on, and it's about 1 a.m. Finally turned the TV off and closed my eyes. I started hearing a baby crying. My left ear was on the pillow, so I could really hear it in my right ear. I ignored it, and I could feel it get mad. And I felt it get in front of me. The baby cry turned into a baby scream. My ears got that muffled feeling, like if you cover your nose and mouth and try to blow air out. And I opened my eyes, and I involuntarily let out this song, like, Scared the crap out of me. Went into the room with my husband and told him about it. We started to go to sleep, but then our dog threw up twice. Then we were all able to go to sleep, but today as we were driving to pick our kids up, my husband told me before I came into the room last night he experienced sleep paralysis and a heavy feeling pressing on his chest. He prayed immediately and the feeling went away. Then I came in about 10 minutes later. I've had nightmares before and sleep paralysis. Usually forget it hours later, but this baby crying scream is so clear in my brain still. Experience I had is still so clear I can't shake it. I don't know what it was, and I'm curious to hear anyone else. At the last sentence, I screw up. I don't know what it was, and I'm curious to hear anyone else's insight on this. Shoot. See ya.